So just a reminder, I think everyone had the same pop-up there. We are now live streaming, so this is going out. So best behaviors, everyone. And a couple more minutes here and we'll turn it over to Senator Lucier. Good morning, everyone. So we will start. I'm going to start our meeting today in a good way, and I'll turn it over to Senator Lucier to start us with the opening prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me out there? Okay, that sounds good. I will do the opening prayer and hope we have a really good meeting here. We are gathered here, O Great Spirit, to seek your guidance, wisdom, courage, and strength to understand each other, to respect each other, and to work with each other. We thank you in a very special way for helping us uphold our pride in our culture and our beautiful language of Michif. We ask for your blessings, O Great Spirit, that we come together today to make a difference at this meeting. Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
Thank you, Senator Lucier. So it's great to see all these faces, even if it is remotely and on little boxes on the screen. This is our first year of having the multiple MNGAs a year, and this is our second for this year. And so I'm looking forward to having a great meeting over the next day and a half or so. And before we get started, we're going to make sure that we have quorum. It looks like we do, but we'll just make sure we've got it and which delegates, presidents or vice presidents we have speaking. So I'll turn it over to the MNGA clerk to confirm quorum, and then we'll officially call the meeting to order.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the summer MNGA. I will call the roll in alphabetical order to start us off. So we are going to start with Tom Adams. If you could unmute yourself and say present when your name is called, please, because I can't necessarily see everyone.
Present.
Welcome, Tom. David Allard.
Present.
Welcome, Dave. Curtis Belcourt. Curtis Belcourt. Is there anyone here representing the Métis Community Society of Kelly Lake? Joy Bremner.
Present.
Good morning, Joy. Oh, I see you brought a friend.
2 for 1 special. I can't plug my laptop in, so I have to join June.
Well, I'm glad you got on. Darlene Campbell. Darlene Campbell. Do we have anyone from the Moccasin Flats Métis Society? Ron Caron.
Present.
Good morning, Ron. Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Good morning, Bernadette. Did I say your last name correctly?
Yeah, you pretty much got it. Thanks.
Glad to hear it. Nicole Corson.
Present.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, everybody.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, John.
Sean Daverin.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Sean. Louis DeJagger.
Bon matin. Good morning, everyone. Present.
Good morning, Louis. Sylvia DeRoche.
Present. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Mark Dubard.
Present. Good morning.
Morning. Dr. Kate Elliott.
Present.
Morning, Kate. Alicia Fernando.
Bon matin.
Good morning. Monica Fisher.
Good morning. Present.
Morning, Monica. Deborah Fisher.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning, Deb. Paulette Flamond.
Good morning. Present.
Morning, Paulette. Rainey Gervais.
Good morning here.
Good morning, Rainey. Dean Gladue. Dean Gladue. Tony Goulet.
And me.
Morning. Present.
Good morning, Tony. June Graham.
Good morning.
Good morning, June. It's the other half of the coin.
We're just missing Jan.
Patrick Harriet.
Sanse.
Good morning, Patrick. Susie Hooper.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning, Susie. Sean James.
Present.
Good morning, Sean. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Good morning, Travis. Jamie Lee Keith. Jamie Lee Keith. Oh, see in the chat, present. Good morning, Jamie Lee. Brenda House. Brenda House. Is there anyone here from the Northeast Métis Association? Anthony Crelo.
Good morning, present.
Good morning, Anthony. David Lafontaine.
Sanse, everyone.
Good morning, David. Peter Lang.
Present.
Good morning, Peter. Richard Lewis.
I am present.
Good morning, Richard. Tyler Massey.
Present.
Good morning, Tyler. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning, Betty Ann. Walter Minot. Walter Minot. Alexander Norquay.
Present.
Good morning. Peggy
Morning.
Alansky.
Present.
Morning, Peggy.
Morning, John.
Lana Olson. Lana Olson. Do we have anyone here from the Métis Nation New Caledonia Society? Denny Paquette.
Present.
Good morning, Denny.
Morning.
Valerie Pace. Valerie Pace. Is there anyone present from the River of the Peace Métis Society? Jake Rashawn.
Present. Thank you.
Good morning, Jake.
Morning.
Kelly Sears. Kelly Sears. Now, let's see. Kelly, you may be on mute. Are you there?
Looks like she's having issues.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does look like that. Mert Servatius.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning, Mert. Dana Shaw.
Present.
Good morning, Dana. Lisa Shepard. Is there anyone here from the Golden Ears Métis Society? Lisa Smith.
Good morning, everybody. And John, as the clerk, I just want to let you know Anthony Crelo has joined us. I know you called his name a couple times.
Yes, I have him listed, but thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
And good morning, Lisa. Natasha Smith.
I'm present.
Good morning, Natasha.
Good morning.
Joyce Sundin.
Present. Good morning from sunny Prince Rupert.
Good morning, Joy. It's sunny here as well. Pixie Wells.
Bingo. Tonse.
Good morning, Pixie. Was there anyone that I missed or did not call their name? Thank you. We most certainly have a quorum.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker and everyone else. And so I will call the meeting to order, the June 3rd and 4th MNGA 2023. I will note from the beginning that at the last MNGA in person back in March, I was voted in as the deputy speaker with a second speaker, Victoria Pruden. And one of those reasons we had looked at having more than one speaker as we saw, Golden Ears did not have a vice president able to attend today. Of course, I'm president of Golden Ears, and so I was hoping that I could represent on the other side today as one of you, given that I knew Lisa was not available. However, Victoria did tender her resignation as speaker very short time ago. So it is just myself today, and given the timing, we'll look at for the fall MNGA to vote in a second speaker to have two, as we had tried to do previously. So I just wanted to let everyone be aware of that, the why it's just me today, but I'm sure we'll have a wonderful weekend and get lots of work done. So before we move to the agenda and the adoption of the agenda and the business of it, I'm going to turn it over to President Smith for some opening remarks.
Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. Sorry, I've just got to get myself orientated here. So I think all of you know me, but I know there's some new faces in the room today that may be joining us remotely and viewing online as well. We are live streaming the MNGA. So my name is Lisa Dawn Smith, President of Métis Nation, BC. I also serve as Minister of Justice and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, as well as Veterans. After many years of work, we are now finalizing the Métis Justice Strategy through cabinet approval with the province. We have never been more engaged with political leaders, both the provincial and federal levels. We're very excited about the Métis Justice Strategy, and that will be going to the provincial cabinet for approval very shortly. I'm pleased to say that we now represent more than 24,000 citizens. Our central registry is one of the most stringent registries in the nation. This number is evidence of the growing pride in our nation. We remain committed to expanding and improving access to programs and services, such as the very popular MNGA Home Renovation Program for seniors and the Métis Child Care Benefit Program. We are the government of Métis Nation, BC, representing a collective of Section 35 Aboriginal rights holders. These truths were finally recognized by the province in a letter signed on May 12, 2023 by Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. This is excellent news, and we're so excited to be able to share this news. I'm sure many of you have heard this. This positive letter, while factual, has unfortunately complicated our relationship with First Nations. However, we are developing a strategy to guide and improve our relationships with First Nations. We will implement that strategy in earnest and sincerity. MNBC absolutely respects the rights and titles of First Nations. In seeking a better quality of life for future generations, we seek to take nothing away from First Nations, but to work in accordance with our own distinction-based rights as Métis people in British Columbia. We recognize that these rights are different from the rights of First Nations title holders. We want to work in partnership with First Nations on issues and priorities of common concern. The collective work we have done on In Plain Sight task team about Indigenous racism in healthcare is a great example of this. Sadly, Métis Nation BC has the most children in care of any Indigenous nation in the province. We are pursuing Indigenous governing body status through Indigenous Services Canada to secure jurisdiction over our children in care, so they can be safely raised with their culture during their formative years. A decision stemming from the judicial review that MNBC filed is coming very soon. There's still much work to do, but we're making progress and moving toward a reconciliation agreement with BC and a self-government agreement with Canada. Our team is making frequent trips to Victoria and Ottawa to continue pushing these priorities with elected officials and senior staff. We recently sent a delegation to the nation's capital to reinforce our priorities at the PBM Prime Minister's Summit meeting, and that was just this past week. On behalf of our entire board of directors, I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude for the tireless work of all our elected representatives, volunteers, and staff for all the work they do in their communities to meet the needs of our citizens. We know you're tired, and you may be tired, but you push forward nonetheless. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Everyone joining us today is instrumental in lifting up our nation. A very heartfelt miigwech to you all on behalf of our MNBC Board of Directors. As some of you may have noticed, I'm sorry, I'm going to get a bit emotional here. Vice President Manal didn't join us today. Unfortunately, we lost one of our matriarchs yesterday. Walter's mother, Maisie Manault, lost her battle with cancer. So I ask that you all please keep the Manault family in your thoughts and prayers today. And we just want to let the Manault family know that we're with you. And it's a very sad day for the Manault family. So love to the Manault family and our Vice President. So thank you.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you for passing along the information and your remarks. And with regards to our Vice President Manault's family, certainly our thoughts and prayers will be with him and his family as they go through that. The next matter on our agenda, or proposed agenda at this point, is to adopt the agenda. And so that is online and I think should have been provided. So I hope everyone has a copy of the agenda before the 2023 June MNGA. At this time, certainly this would be a time where if there was a discussion or a willingness to move items around, at this point it's just a proposed agenda. If there's a reordering or anything like that, that can be discussed, but I'll ask for a mover to at least get this on to our official list to speak to it, and a mover and a seconder in regards to the agenda.
I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Crozier. And I'm seeing a hand up. Thank you, Mr. Massey. So I'm going to thank our deputy clerk for assisting in putting the agenda online, or on the screen, sorry. So take a look through if you don't have the copy yourself, and we'll see if there's any appetite or wishing to modify or change anything. Otherwise, we can vote on the adoption of the agenda as presented.
This is Tony Goulet from the North Caribou Métis Association. I don't know if it's been seconded already, but I'm not seconding it. I had put an item into the MNBC, and I don't know what had happened to it. I'm trying to look when I had submitted, and my item was to talk about a financial item, and I don't see it on any of the agendas. And the financial item, specifically what I was asking for is an update and a report on what it costs to send the MNBC to several events, such as the Pope, the King's coronation, the Queen, all of that, because I think that's important because of a resolution that the MNG put forward, that money and things should be coming to the community. So I wanted to have a discussion about that, but I didn't see it on this agenda. So
sure, if I can just perhaps turn to our clerk, if that was an item that was received, or if there's any comments that he can make. I do not see that on the agenda. And of course, President Goulet, if that were something to be added, it's not sure what preparation would have been done to have such a report prepared, but I'll turn it over to our clerk to perhaps make a comment on that if it's been received.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I received no request from you, Mr. Goulet, to have this added onto the order sheet either before or after the deadline of matters for consideration. I would like to ask the deputy clerk if she had received anything from you at this time.
No, I did not receive anything.
President Goulet, it appears that it wasn't received. And so I'm not sure, I mean, we could certainly, if wish to have it added, again, I'm not sure whether or not staff would be in a position to adequately respond or speak to that, or if it's perhaps a separate request that would go not necessarily as part of the MNGA, but so I'll leave it with you, Mr. Goulet, if that's something, or sorry, President Goulet, if that's something you wish to have added or propose adding to the agenda.
Thank you. I would like it, but to your point, if staff's not prepared, then it would be sort of a minute because we wouldn't be able to get that information. So I'm just trying to look and I'm trying to see where my email was to confirm that I had asked for an agenda item. So you'll just have to bear with me, but if the agenda, that's the only item I had to add to the agenda for me anyway, so.
Thank you, President Goulet. Clerk Beaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reiterate, because of this, neither myself nor the deputy clerk want to miss anything for consideration to be brought forth at MNGAs, and we understand that some things may come up last minute for consideration. I would like to stress to all MNGA delegates, if you have anything for consideration, please email myself directly or the deputy clerk directly. We do put the deputy clerk's email on the notice that we send out for the MNGA, and I believe most of you have my email. That is the way to ensure that something will be added onto the order sheet, or at least we will mention it. We don't want something to be lost because it went to somebody else. So I do apologize, President Goulet, if we missed something for your consideration, but please send it to myself or the deputy clerk directly, and we will bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other additions or comments on the content of the or the order in which we have the proposed agenda? And I think we've done this in the past, although it's actually kind of nice. It's been a while since we've done a remote a meeting. So if you wish to speak, just use the raise hand function. That way it pops up on the list, especially when we're sharing a screen or something like that, so that I can see those individuals wishing, or those individuals wishing to speak to something. Just like I see Mr. Beaker's hand up. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So for my screen, it could be different on yours, but for my screen, the raise hand function is under the reactions icon. There's a little smiley face that says reactions. If you click on that, there are a few reactions, and then there's a bar right underneath that says raise hand. That is where you find it.
Thank you very much. Otherwise, I would have had President Walensky's tech help assist us with that. That seemed to work quite well. So, not seeing any other hands coming up then, and it is properly before the Assembly, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent and whether or not unanimous consent to pass the agenda as proposed. So at this point, if you do wish to vote against, essentially, please raise your hand, use the hand raise function. Otherwise, I will take it as unanimous consent in the adoption of the agenda as proposed. And I'll just give a couple seconds for everyone to find that button. And I see a hand up. Thank you. So, Mr. President Goulet. So at this point then, and so first I'll turn to President Goulet. Just want to make sure that's not a question, but rather a motion or a indication of non-consent, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, that's a non-consent for the agenda.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so then we will move to a vote of the adoption of the agenda as proposed. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. This will just require a simple majority.
Thank you. When your name is called, if you can please answer in the affirmative or negative. And I'm going to start from reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells.
Bingo.
Joyce Sedin.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't get myself unmuted.
Dana Shaw,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Kelly Sears,
No.
Kelly,
Here.
come back. Jake Rashawn,
Yes.
Denny Paquette,
Yes.
Peggy Alansky,
Yes.
Alexander Norquay, Alex, Alex,
Yeah, I do not consent to that.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Peter Lang,
Yes.
David LaFontaine,
Yes.
Anthony Creelo,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith. I see a yes in the chat. Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Sean James, Sean,
Yes.
thank you.
Oh, we voted.
Well, there you are, Kelly.
Yeah.
I'll take your vote now then. Okay. Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Tony Goulet, Tony Goulet, Rainey Gervais,
Yep.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Monica Fisher,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Dr. Kate Elliott,
Yes.
Mark DeBoard,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Louis DeJagger,
Yes.
John Davern,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Ron Karan,
Yes. Yep.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
David Allard,
Yeah.
Yes.
Tom Adams.
Yes.
Okay. Did I miss anyone?
Yes, Dean Gladu, Region 3 Director.
And how do you vote?
Yes.
Good morning, Dean. Anyone else? I see that Tony Goulet is back. Tony, may I have your vote, please? Okay, I'm also seeing a couple hands. I see Louis and Mark with their hands. Louis, if,
Yeah, I was just going to quickly mention that Mr. Goulet is looking for MNC expenses. Both those, what he mentioned, are MNC expenses. So maybe somebody can get him those expenses by the afternoon.
okay. I'm looking for votes right now to adopt the agenda if anyone has missed. So I will. Yes, Mark, are you alerting me to missed vote? Nope. Okay. So just keep your hand up then. All right. I think we have everyone.
Left turn.
Okay, the vote tally is 39 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. So the agenda as presented is adopted. And before I move on to the next point, I do see Mr. DeBoard's hand. Speaker recognizes President DeBoard.
Thank you. I was just curious, is there a way we could vote within the chat just to kind of speed this up? Or do we have to do a verbal confirmation every single time? Could we do a voting poll, for example? That you could do a poll within the chat and then people could vote?
Yes, for certain, well, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker, but I think he'll be able to advise us of the process and some of the technology better than I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are required to hold a roll call vote for resolutions and adoptions of agendas. For any incidental or subsidiary motion that comes, like say a motion to amend, etc., we will be using the poll function, but the MNGA Act does require a roll call vote for the adoption of a resolution. So thank you very much for your question, but that is why, and yes, any voting that we can do that doesn't require a roll call vote, we will definitely do it.
So a bit of a mix of various methods that we'll be employing today. So the next item on the agenda is the review and adoption of standing rules for the 2023 June MNGA. Those should have been provided, or they're available certainly, and it's something that we've been doing probably for the last few years now, just to set a bit of a basic standing rules on, for example, how many times a delegate can speak to a matter, length of time, things like that. So I'm going to turn it, I'll ask our deputy clerk if she's available to put these MNGA standing rules, the proposed standing rules on the screen. And then I will look for a mover and a seconder, not necessarily to adopt, but to have this, to speak to this matter. So if you wish to unmute yourself and make that a mover or seconder, or raise your hand and I can recognize you. Yes, Mr. Massey, is that to move the standing rules?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. We have a seconder. I see a couple hands. The first I see on top of my list is President Crozier, so I take that to second. Is that correct?
That's correct. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have it properly before floor. There's not much. I don't think there's any real change from previous MNGA that we had in person in March. You will see the time in which, and again, there'll be some leeway or some wiggle room. It's not going to be enforced strictly at the beginning until we start getting to points where we have to do that. So a bit of honor system, but at least we'll have these the rules to fall back on when we need them. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or questions or any comments that need to be raised before we move to whether or not to adopt those standing rules? If you wish to, please raise your hand at this point and the speaker will recognize you. Not seeing any hands arising. Not hearing anyone unmuting themselves to speak, then I will ask if there is unanimous consent. So similar to as we tried earlier, if you wish to bring this to a full vote, please indicate your non-consent at this time by raising your hand using the hand raise function. I'm not seeing any hands raising. I know that's sometimes a little trickier trying to find the right button and hit it, so we'll just give it a quick second, but otherwise we'll accept this as passing unanimous. And I'm not seeing it. So we will mark this as being adopted unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. And we will move on to the next item. We are now on to the review and adoption of the minutes. These are the minutes from the 2023 March MNGA that was held March 3rd to 5th of this year. This was the one in person in Richmond. And so those minutes, I think it's 30 pages of minutes, were posted online a while ago with the notice. And so similar to before we actually speak to any content within, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to have this added before the assembly. Again, can just use the raise hand and I'll just get you to confirm. President Lewis, is that to move the minutes?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. And then I see President Fisher, is that to second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you very much. So at this point then we have the minutes before, and so please raise your hand if you wish to speak to it. The first I'll recognize President James.
Want to comment under regional representatives in attendance of Region 1, Zev Brewer. They have him listed as president. He is vice president.
Thank you very much. That correction will be noted. Are there any other items you wish to speak to, President James? Thank you very much. President Lewis.
Richard Lewis, elected leader, Cowichan Valley MNGA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Region 1 representatives, it has Ron Karen, Vernon and District Métis Association in there. I believe that's a misprint.
Your region was not adopting President Caron. Is that how I'm understanding it? I'm just joking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for pointing that. And I just want to make sure it's not a duplication. So yeah, I'm not seeing him in Region 3, so that'll get moved over under the Region 3 list. Thank you very much. Are there any other omissions or errors that need to be corrected at this point? Not seeing any further hands arising. All right. Thank you, everyone. Then I will go to the vote on whether or not to adopt the minutes as with those two changes or those two corrections. Again, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. So if you do not consent, please use the hand raise function to indicate that. And then we'll, if so, we will proceed to a full roll call vote. I'm not seeing any hands. Give it just another quick second. Okay, not seeing any hands, then we will accept this as passing with unanimous consent. Thank you very much, everyone. And then we are on to the next item, the MNGA Governance Committee report. As it notes in the on the agenda itself, and for many of you who were present at the March 23 MNGA, the Assembly referred Resolution 7 to the MNGA Governance Committee for additional information and report back. So I'm going to ask for a representative of the Governance Committee. I'm not sure who is scheduled or planned to speak to this, but I will turn it over to them for that report, or that report back on the Resolution 7. Do we have someone from the Governance Committee? I see President Allard. Yes.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. Can we, since no one jumped on this, can we have staff offer the information? I'd be fine with that. The staff that is part of the governance committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment. I'll just see if we have staff that would be able to do that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. So before I turn to Mr. Beaker, I did see President Norquay's hand up. President Norquay, did you wish to speak to something, or are you on? I'm not sure who's actually on the committee from all the various regions. So I'll turn it to first President Norquay.
Yeah, and David's Vice President from Caribou-Chilcotin Métis Association. Yeah, I think Tony may be on that governance committee, and he might be having some problems with the system right now, but I'm not sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice President Norquay, and thank you for that correction. I'll turn it over to our clerk, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Resolution 7, which is was included in the kit that was sent out, as some of you remember, but we do have some new delegates here. Resolution 7 was to consider adding some seats to the MNGA for regional women and regional youth representatives. That resolution was referred to the governance committee, or the MNGA governance committee, for discussion and a suggestion on how to proceed with that resolution. The MNGA governance committee has come up with 2 recommendations that you see for your consideration. They are resolutions that have been part of your package. The first recommendation is that the Resolution 7 from the March MNGA be withdrawn from current consideration to allow for MWBC and MYBC to conduct further consultation and most likely bring a resolution forward in the future to address this issue going forward. The second recommendation from the governance committee is that the MNGA governance committee undertakes a review of the governance structure of MMBC, which would include extensive consultations with citizens. So the idea is that the MNGA governance committee would hold some town hall forums or engagement sessions as such to gauge from citizens what they would like to see as part of the MMBC governance structure, with the idea that consultation and a report would be presented to the MNGA Governance Committee by the end of 2024, and recommendations coming out of that report would be brought to the March 2025 MNGA. So 2 recommendations coming out of the discussions that the committee had about that resolution. I think that the 2 recommendations are hopefully somewhat straightforward, but of course we can take questions for that, and if we want to discuss the merits of that, we can move to movers and seconders for both the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. And before I recognize Director Gervais, the 2 recommendations that is mentioned are within that, or were in the kit. There's 2 separate ones. So before perhaps turning to the consideration of either of them individually, I will open the floor up for some more general discussion or questions that may arise on this issue in general. And then we can look at how we wish to proceed with regards to the resolution submitted by the governance committee. So if you wish to speak to this at a bit more of a general level at this stage first, please use the raise hand function so that it'll get to the top of the queue so I can see it. And at this point, speaker recognizes Regional Director Gervais.
Yeah, I'd just like to, we had the resolution up on the screen there for a while there, and I think the other folks in the meeting might want to see it I can't I can't pick it up in my kit right now. I'm having a problem getting that file, but yeah, could we see it, please?
Thank you. Now there's 2 resolutions, so we'd have to figure out which of the 2 we can look at. So perhaps what I'll do, I do see Vice President Norquay's hand up. We'll get to him in just a second, but I'll ask the Deputy Clerk to first put up the first of the 2 proposed resolutions. We'll take a look. We can just to have it up while we're speaking, and then after about after a couple minutes, we will switch it to the second proposed resolution. So I will thank you. It looks like it's up, and I'll turn it over to Vice President Norquay.
Yeah, thank Dave. Alex Norquay, Caribou-Chilcotin Métis. Yeah, I'm I'm operating in a bit of a vacuum here. I don't have any of this information I was asked to fill in from Marlene at the last moment. So when you're flashing these things up, like you just said, you need to leave them a little bit longer because I don't know what went on at all at the last meeting. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I can appreciate that when having to fill in for president or vice president at the board. And what I'm not sure if Vice President Norquay, if you have access to the materials online, but perhaps I'll also ask that the link to that site with those documents be put into the chat so that it's handy there for anyone who's wishing to. Just for the page on the MNBC website that has all of the documents that we'll be dealing with this week, and I see President Fernando has already put that up. So thank you very much, Alicia. So we'll keep this up for another couple minutes, or another minute or two, and then we'll move it to the second resolution. And of course, Mr. Beaker had summarized, if I put it that way, the two proposals from the Governance Committee a few minutes ago. Is there anyone else that wishes to discuss perhaps the approach? Because obviously, if we have two, we can look at the manner in which we'll deal with those. And I do see President Goulet.
Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, Ken.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, working on technical things here. I just had to reset some things and it took a bit for my sound and the camera. Sorry about that. And I see we're on the resolution. And I'm not on the governance committee. It's actually Marlene. But I think this is just a new resolution, just asking that today, the MNGA today, I guess goes back to the women and the youth to get more information, and then it may come back. Is that right? And support. And then the MNBC's role would be to consider resourcing and consultation and bringing that back at a second time. Is that what we're doing? So we're withdrawing the resolution number 7, and then we're adding that we're going to look at this, but we're going to get feedback from those groups and then come back with another consideration. Is that correct? Is that how I'm reading this?
So essentially, those are the two recommendations from the Governance Committee, essentially to withdraw Resolution 7 at this time for allowing further consultation and discussion with both MWBC and YBC. And then the second one to, as I presume, part of their larger review of the governance structures within MNBC to have this essentially considered as part of that. And I assume, not being a member of that committee, that essentially looking for direction from the Assembly. So that's my understanding as well, Mr. Goulet, or President Goulet. And I do see, I've got a couple hands up, and I did see President or Vice President Paquette in the chat that you're wishing to raise your hand. So I'm going to add you to the list as well. But I'm going to turn next to Dr. Elliott.
Hi there, thanks very much. I think I will speak in favor because this is the role of, or the recommendations from the Governance Committee. Although I would appreciate some confirmation of resources and support to be able to go and do these consultations. I also just have concerns and think there needs to be some more clarity of the role of the Governance Committee. Resolution 7 never had an opportunity to really be discussed at our last MNGA, and I am worried that the creation of this Governance Committee is going to be a perpetual loop or out for us to actually bring resolutions forward. And we are essentially turning over a significant amount of power to a small few groups, a small few. Yes, there is regional representation there, but I think further exploration of the role and the power of this committee. I foresee us having most of our resolutions just get stuck in that vacuum of going back and forth, because this isn't an amendment or working on the wording of it. It's just saying we're going to delay it further, which I have concerns. I appreciate that it'll take some time to work out some of the nuances. And I think there is benefit to having some of the committee, but yeah, I think I just need to do some further reflection. I think we need to have some further guidelines on this mechanism. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I do see we do have a hand down the line from a member of the governance committee. And of course, I see that with regards to the two resolutions, one is the withdrawal for consultation with MWBC and MYBC, and to provide updated resolutions. So I'm not sure if there's in the first proposed recommendation, whether or not there's a role of that the governance committee is proposing a role in that, but certainly in the second one, there's consideration there. So I'm actually going to turn, and I don't know which of the twins to turn to. Is this President Graham or President Bremner? But I see a hand up. President Bremner, go ahead.
I just wanted some clarity when you first read out that the recommendations from the governance committee. It almost, in my recollection, I wrote down that you had said that they would come back in the fall of this year. And now, can I have clarity that that's not specifically the case of when it would return with a rewrite of the resolution?
Yes, thank you. So the resolution that's on the screen essentially is the be it resolved part. That's the actual resolution. This is of the first one. So this is in relation to resolution 7. It looks like the governance committee is proposing that the resolution number 7 be withdrawn from the current consideration, given that in March the MNGA essentially pushed it to this sitting of the MNGA. So they're suggesting to withdraw it from the current consideration to allow MWBC and MYBC to conduct further consultation, with the understanding that MWBC and MYBC provide updated resolutions for consideration. So I think they're suggesting that, and again, I'm not speaking for them, this is my reading of it, that they're suggesting that it be withdrawn from today's or this weekend's consideration, so that further discussion, consultation can be taken by those two groups who are raising it, and then with the hope, I expect that any of the updated resolutions would be brought in the fall, or whatever decided by MWBC and MYBC. That's my reading of it. And the next speaker I've got is Vice President Paquette, and then I've got President Allard, who I know is on the committee, so he may wish to speak to it. And I also have Mr. Beaker and President Caron listed as well. So I'll next turn to, I hope that answers your question to some degree, President Bremner, and I'll turn to Vice President Paquette.
Thank you very much. This is my perspective of this from a socioeconomic and Indigenous lens. Not having a woman's presence as specifically as representing women is not an Indigenous way of doing things. The most active members that we have are mainly women. I'm not saying they're the only active members we have, but the active members we have are mainly women. And if our leadership doesn't think that that's important or that that's not noticed, then they're kidding themselves. The chatter going on out in the community is different. Now, I understand that this needs to be tied to funding and all of those things. But the funding streams can't be put in place until the need is developed and proven. So here we have the women trying to go forward and going forward and going forward. And we're not giving the structure that is needed to prove to the federal government that we need those funds. That is just what I see, having worked in federal policy for years and also working in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Paquette. The next speaker I have is President Allard, and I do see Dr. Elliott. If your hand is still up, so I'm not sure if it's up again or if it's
Sorry, still
remaining up. Okay, thank you. So President Allard.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yes, I just pulled over here. I was driving. And that was one of the main reasons I didn't volunteer at the last minute to speak on behalf of the committee when this topic came up, and I made a request to defer to a staff. Thank you, staff, for helping present this. I speak in favor of this resolution for a few reasons. There seems to be a little bit of confusion what's going on here, and that's fair. Tony, most of what you said is correct based on my interpretation of it, and I'm sure that anyone else on the committee would concur with that. Beyond that, I'd like to address the comments of Chair Elliott, and I think my statements will be reflected in the committee's minutes. The decision we arrived to came after receiving input from a few MWBC members that are on the committee. So to a certain extent, this decision is in line with where presumably the MyWBC Council Committee is at this point in time. So it's not an exclusive governance committee decision. We adapt to what we see and hear out there. So for that reason, I support it, because it was brought up by MWBC members on the committee to follow this course of action. And I think it's a prudent, cautious course of action. And I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, with your comments about supporting the resolution, at this stage, we don't have a specific resolution on the floor. So this is just for everyone. So this is more of a general discussion point at this point. But we will move to voting or considering a specific resolution within moments here. I do have two further hands, as mentioned earlier. I've got our clerk, Mr. Beaker, and then I've got President Caron. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm answering a question that came out of, I believe, President Bremner's comments previously, and we don't have the second recommendation resolution on the screen, but the proposed greater consultation period that the governance committee hopes to take with citizens, we want to have a report go to the governance committee by the end of 2024. So at the end of next year. And then if there are any recommendations that will come to 2025 MNGA. So we're going to have a little more than a year's worth of time to hold some town halls and to have what we hope is a fulsome conversation. We're not trying to get this done within 2 months because, well, that just won't be enough time to get enough consultation. So I just wanted to clarify that we want to set a timeline, but we also want to set a timeline that is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. And before I get to the next two speakers that have the hand up, we do now have the second resolution proposal up. And you'll note this is more of a generalized suggestion or recommendation as opposed to the specific recommendation regarding the resolution 7 and the involvement of MWBC and MYBC. So I'll next turn to President Caron, and if President Allard can advise if his hand is up again or if it's just a stale hand. But
It's Ron Caron with the Vernon District Métis. I kind of agree with Kate, with Director Elliott, that you don't want this to be a constant loop. And by just throwing that resolution out at this point, unless you actually, it seems like something else is in place, but is it going to be a constant loop? That's something to consider, right? So that's just a comment, not really that I want to see a big change, but something, yeah, keep going around and around and around and nothing ever gets done. It's pointless, right? It's a bunch of talk for nothing if nothing gets done, right? So just an observation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I do have President Allard, if your hand is still up, although you may be driving, it just might be a stale hand.
Yeah, stale hand if you can hear me.
I can, thank you. And I did see President Goulet's hand pop up and then go down, so I'm not sure if President Goulet wished to speak a second time on this.
I'm okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what I'm going to propose then at this point, given that I have no further hands, we're going to move to resolution RR1. That was the first of the two proposed resolutions from the governance committee. And so if we can have that put back up, thank you very much. What I will do is I'll turn it over to our clerk to read the resolution, and then I will look for a mover and seconder, and then we'll deal with that resolution. So, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. So resolution RR1A, I believe it is. Subject recommendation for further consultation with MWBC and MYBC provincial and regional representatives and women and youth citizens. No legislation is effective. This is submitted by the MNGA Governance Committee, submitted to the clerk on May 4th, 2023, and requires a majority for adoption. Whereas the resolution titled MNGA Membership, Addition of MWBC and MYBC Regional Representatives, or Resolution 7, was referred to the MNGA Governance Committee at the March 2023 MNGA for further study, and a report and recommendations back at the June 2023 MNGA. And the MNGA Governance Committee undertook to provide a process to resolve this matter, and following discussion over several meetings, agreed that Resolution 7 will need some more work prior to implementation. And as a matter of procedure, the MNGA must deal with Resolution 7 in some manner. And the Métis Women's Council and Métis Youth Council are both recognized in MNBC legislation as having governance role within the MNBC. Be it resolved that the resolution titled MNGA Membership, Addition of MWBC and MYBC Regional Representatives be withdrawn from current consideration to allow MWBC and MYBC to conduct further consultation, with the understanding that MWBC and MYBC provide updated resolutions for consideration, and MNBC support and resource the consultation referenced above.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I will therefore look for a mover and a seconder. So if you could indicate with the hand raise function, because I see President Goulet. I take to move.
I so move.
Thank you very much. And I next see President Massey to second.
Second.
Thank you. So we do now have resolution RR1A on the floor. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this resolution in addition to what we've previously, the previous general discussion we've already had? And again, use the hand raise function because then it jumps to the top of my queue. And I see President Jobin. So Chair recognizes President Jobin.
Hi, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society.
I'm also the Region 4 rep on this committee. Yeah, so this, we had a lot of discussion about this, obviously with consultation with members from, as David indicated, from MyBC and MWBC. And although it does sort of feel like we're kicking the ball down the road again here, I feel like both of those groups are going to be able to go back and will be coming forward, from what I understand, with another resolution regarding their, basically another resolution for themselves. So, yeah, this was, with consultation with them, and I'm speaking in favor of it.
Thank you very much, President Jobin. And I'm not sure which of you two speaking or who's first, who's second. Okay, President Bremner, go ahead.
I think from my own community, one of the things I'm looking at in terms of voting on this is they want more opportunity to speak to me as their leader around what this means for them going forward. And there just hasn't been the time to do that as yet. So both the women and youth are really keen to have that opportunity. So I would be voting in favor of this.
Thank you very much. Are there any other? President Crozier.
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. So I'm a little confused. So are we just basically what has been R1? Is it a splitting of the two committees, like MyBC and the women, Métis women is split, recommending that they withdraw the resolution and then come in with their own resolutions? Or is, like, I'm sorry, maybe it's too early. I'm just a little confused as to what we're discussing.
Yes, certainly. And so the way I understand, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is essentially, given the tight turnaround and the recommendations and then the comments from President Jobin as one of the members of the governance committee, is suggesting essentially a removal or withdrawal of resolution 7, which had been moved from March to today, a full withdrawal of it, and then with the intention or the understanding that further consultation will occur and new resolution or new proposed resolution, fixed resolution, however we want to look at it, would be brought. So essentially this would end the consideration of the resolution 7 as it was originally proposed and submitted in March, or for the March MNGA, and then allow MyBC and MWBC to take whatever steps or whatever things they might want to do to bring to any future MNGA. And of course, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker if that's anything correct, or President Crozier if that answers your question.
That answers a lot, and I would be in favor of the rescinding of that resolution if that's what we're actually voting on.
Okay, yeah.
So,
and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker, but that would be from the wording of the resolution before us right now, that would be the results. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You summed it up quite succinctly. The only thing I would add is that by withdrawing this resolution, it doesn't bind any sort of further action by either MWBC or MYBC to, split their resolutions or anything like that. This is just removing it from the order sheet. They're welcome to bring whatever resolution on this topic is at a future MNGA. So we're just talking about withdrawing, and they're not committing to anything. They can come up with anything they want.
Thank you very much. So we'll see if there's any further hands. Otherwise, I think we'll turn to the vote. It is a resolution, so it will require a roll call vote, but it would only be a majority required. So I'll just give a quick second for anyone else wishing to speak to this specific resolution to use the raise hand function. And perhaps I'll just ask, and I'm not just took a quick look in the chat for Vice President Paquette. I know she was having some issues with the hand raise function, but I don't see that anything there that any further discussion she's wishing to raise. At this point then, I'm not seeing any other further hands. We will go to the vote on whether to adopt resolution RR1A, which the effect would be to, if passes, to withdraw the resolution 7 that had been deferred, if I can put it that way, from the March MNGA to today's MNGA. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Baker for the roll call, and I think we're at the top of the alphabetical order.
That is right. The A's get ready, please. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Since this is what MWBC wants, I'd vote in favor. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Ron Caron.
No.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Kate Elliott. I think I saw that she stepped out. Okay. Alicia Fernando. Alicia. Monica Fisher.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Sean James.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith. I see a vote no. Thank you, Jamie Lee. Brenda House. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Anthony Crelo.
Yes.
David LaFontaine.
Yes.
Peter Lang.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Abstain.
Alex Norquay.
Yes.
Peggy Alansky.
Yes.
Denny Paquette.
Yes.
Jake Rashawn.
Yes.
Kelly Sears. Kelly. Mert Gervasius.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Joy Sundin.
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Bingo.
Okay. Okay, I see it. Yes, I see Alicia Fernando put yes in the chat. And yes, going forward, if anyone is having technical issues during a roll call vote, please feel free to cast your vote in the chat if you're having difficulties. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Sorry, just tabulating here. Math was never my strong suit. So I have 31 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Resolution RR1A passes. Thank you, everyone. And we'll move right on to RR1B. I will turn it back to our clerk to read that, and our deputy clerk will have that added to the screen. This is the second of the recommendations suggested by or put forward by the governance committee. So we'll have Mr. Beaker read it. I'll look for a mover and seconder to have it added, and then we'll have any discussion as going forward. Mr. Beaker.
Resolution RR1B. Subject: recommendation for governance review of the MMBC. This does not affect any legislation. Submitted by the MNGA Governance Committee to the MNGA Clerk on May 4th, 2023, and will require a majority to approve. Whereas the resolution titled MNGA Membership Addition of MWBC and MYBC Regional Representatives, Resolution 7, was referred to the MNGA Governance Committee at the March 2023 MNGA for further study and a report and recommendations back at the June 2023 MNGA. In its discussions on Resolution 7, the MNGA Governance Committee realized that the current governance structure of the MNGA is 2 decades old and may not adequately serve current and future needs of the MMBC. Be it resolved that the MNGA Governance Committee, with the assistance and support of the MMBC, undertake a review of the governance structure of the MMBC, including extensive consultations with citizens, and a report summarizing the consultation sessions, including suggested changes to the MMBC governance structure, if any, be provided to the MNGA Governance Committee by the end of 2024. And this report, with any recommendations from the MNGA Governance Committee, be presented at the March 2025 MNGA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. And so again, I'll ask for a mover and seconder. If you can raise your hand and then just confirm that what's it called. President Jobin, I take to move. Thank you. I see the thumbs up there as well. Seconder, I see Director Harriet. Seconder, thank you very much. So we have this properly before the floor. I will ask if President Jobin wishes to speak to it, and I see the hand back up, which is great. So I'll turn it over to President Jobin. President
There we
Jobin.
go.
No,
All right.
there we go. Go ahead.
I'm here. Yeah, so again, to Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society, Region 4 rep on this committee. So this one really is trying to take a 1,000-foot view of our current governance, our governance system, and invariably when we would discuss the MWBC, like the regional additions of the MWBC members and the MyBC members, inevitably we would also discuss, what other future, groups might want a seat at the table in the General Assembly. And so this one, I think, just looks to get that 1,000-foot view, or and making sure that our governance system is equitable for all Métis citizens. So I think that's kind of the point of it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As seconder, I'll ask if Director Harriet wishes to say anything, or if he's fine with what's been said thus far. If he has any comments, Director Harriet?
President Jobin really nailed it. It really is about equitable representation, including looking at representation by population and all those other things, because we've grown quite a bit over the last 20 years. So having an overall look and making sure that people are being represented well, and that additional voices that need to have representation are included, but it's all done in an equitable fashion. So that's what the review is about.
Thank you very much, Director Harriet. I next have, building my list, I've got Vice President Norquay, followed by Director Gervais, and one or both of the twins. Go ahead, Vice President Norquay.
Yes, Alex Narcoy, Caribou-Chilcotin Métis. Yeah, just two parts here. First of all, at the very top of this resolution, it says Resolution 2, and you guys are using RR1B. I don't understand what's going on there because it clearly says Resolution 2 on the top of that one. And so we need to get this right, because you would think if this is the official thing we're looking at, that's what it should be. So, and the second part of it for me is we have these dates, end of 24 and then March 25. They seem like long times to me that women or youth have to wait another 2.5 years potentially for something that could be done sooner if they, get a chance to get down and get dirty and work these things out. So I'm wondering if there should be some change there on those dates or if determined earlier, some wording around that, so that's not somebody just saying, no, we said the end of 24. No, we said the March of 25, when they potentially could come forward with some of this information earlier. So that's my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Norquay. And I think from what I understood from President Jobin speaking to both the previous resolution that passed and this one that he moved, and comments from Mr. Beaker, there's nothing that would prevent MWBC or MYBC from bringing a resolution before these dates. I think this is essentially asking for direction, the governance committee asking for direction and essentially proposing their timeline for their review of the system or of the governance structure as a greater whole. But certainly those are some helpful comments to make there, Vice President Norquay. And with regards to the numbers at the top, I did see that at the top it did say R2, and the paper copies I had printed said R1B. I think it's just the numbering that's been maybe moved when it probably for scheduling, but the content of the resolution, there's no change. The word for word is the same. So, and of course, it's always the be it resolved portion that's the most important, as that's the portion that gets passed or voted on. But thank you for those comments and pointing that out. I next have Director Gervais.
Yes, I'd just like to say that the resolution is. I think it needs more time to get the citizens and the nation to get them to understand the structure that we haven't addressed for a long time. I mean, we know it, but there's a lot of people don't know it in the communities, and it needs to get there. And yeah, they need more time. But like Alex said, I think 2.5 years may be a little bit too much to address this situation. But how long it ever takes, I hope we're successful. That's all I'm saying. We need to get it to the communities.
Thank you very much, Director Gervais.
Oh, it doesn't show.
It doesn't. Next to President Bremner.
Thank you. You're doing well recognizing which one of us has the most here. Sorry. But I think one of the things that over the last couple of 2-3 years that's really become evident is on a number of resolutions coming forward, we are becoming reactionary. And one of the real serious concerns is, okay, going forward, what does each one of those, what is the impact as we go forward as a nation? And so I think taking this time, and that's a piece of what needs to really be examined is, making sure that when a resolution is brought forward, instead of being instantaneously rewritten and all of those things on the floor, let's have a serious look prior to it coming forward, because we do all react emotionally, especially as a woman with this one that affected many of us at the MNGA table. And so, I think it's so important that that work is done prior to bringing your resolution. and making sure that our communities and those affected are informed about what it is going to be. So as the leaders from those communities, we can speak knowledgeably in terms of what our citizens actually want. And so, yeah, I had become concerned about the reactionary nature of some resolutions as they came forward. So I am looking forward to this time to really reflect on what the impacts, because other resolutions can be put forward as a result of this, and being aware of what impacts they also may have is such a priority for us to build really a strong nation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, President Bremner. I haven't seen any other hands pop up, so I'll give a quick second here. Otherwise, we'll move on to voting on the resolution. And then noting the time, we had scheduled a 10:30 health break, and so we'll stick to that 10:30 Pacific time, and we'll schedule that and then go on to the remaining of the agenda for today. But not seeing any further hands unless President Graham's also wishing to speak, because the hand is still up. No, the hand's gone down. All right. So thank you, everyone. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. This will require another roll call vote, given it is one of the resolutions, and I'll turn it over to him now.
All right. And we are reverse ordering today. So wake up, people in the Ys. Oh, we don't have any Ys. We have a W, Pixie Wells.
Bingo for me.
Joyce Sundin.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Kelly Sears. Kelly. Jake Rashawn.
Yes.
Denny Paquette.
Yes.
Peggy Lansky.
Yes.
Alexander Norquay.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Tyler Massey. Oh, he said he stepped out. Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Peter Lang.
Yes.
David LaFontaine.
Yes.
Anthony Crelo.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith. I got a yes in the chat. Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Sean James.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Monica Fisher.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Dr. Elliott. Dr. Elliott left. That's right. Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Louis DeJagger. Oh, says he's logged out. Sean Davern.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Ron Karan.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Tom Adams.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone who wishes to cast a vote? Okay, this passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone. That roll call was very smooth and everyone was ready to go with their vote. I appreciate that. Excuse me, I do see Vice President Rashawn's hand. Go ahead, Vice President Rashawn.
Yeah, just quick note before we go on break. President Caitlin Bird is going to swap in for me during the break, so she'll be the smiling face you see at 11:30.
Thank you
Thanks for your
very
time.
much. And that would be, that's the, we're not breaking that far, but that's, we're going to take
Oh,
15 minutes.
wishful
That's
thinking.
That's the mountain time start of the break. But so it is 10:30 Pacific, 11:30 Mountain. We're going to take 15 minutes and reconvene at 10:45 Pacific, 11:45 Mountain. Everyone stretch your legs, and we'll be back to move on to resolution 1. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, everyone, I'm giving you the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. I think I did see that President Byrd was now with us. So welcome, President Byrd. All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm sure a few of you are maybe still stepped away from their computers, but we are going to start with the reconvening and getting a quorum call just to make sure we do have quorum. So I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. If your name is missed or if we missed you and you're just not quite back yet, we'll make sure we come back around and hit those that we missed. But otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker and we'll confirm that we do have quorum to move forward. Mr. Beaker.
I'm here.
Well, I believe that was Pixie Wells, so we'll start down in the W's again. Pixie Wells? Was that Pixie? Okay.
Yes, it was, John. Sorry.
No problem. Joyce and Din.
Present.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
Here.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
I'm here.
Kelly Sears. Valerie Pace. Denny Paquette.
Here.
Lana Olson. Peggy Alansky.
Yeah.
Alex Norquay.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Here.
Tyler Massey. Guess he's still out. Richard Lewis. Peter Lang.
Here.
David LaFontaine.
Let's go.
Anthony Crelo.
Here.
Brenda House. Jamie Lee Keith. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Sean James.
Here.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Rainey Gervais. Rainey. Paulette Flamond.
Here.
I see in the chat. Yes. Deborah Fisher.
Here.
Monica Fisher. Alicia Fernando. I see in the chat.
Here.
Kate Elliott. No. Mark DeBoard.
Here.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Here.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Sean Davern.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
Presently present.
Nicole Corson.
Also present.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Ron Karan.
Present.
Darlene Campbell. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Welcome, Caitlin. Curtis Belcourt. David Allard, I see in the chat. And Tom Adams.
Present.
Did I miss anyone?
Yeah, you did. I'm here, John Rainey. Thank you.
All right,
Richard
Randy.
Lewis.
Richard Lewis. Anyone else missed?
Monica Fisher is on her way. Deb Fisher said in the chat.
Okay. On her way is not present, but I'm glad that she's coming. So, by the eye count, we do have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. And I'll turn right back to you, Mr. Beaker. I'll get to read resolution number 1. These next couple of resolutions under the unfinished business, it's kind of funny to say, I don't know if there's like ghosts and spirits of unfinished business, they hang around, but so we're going to go with resolution 1. These are some of the resolutions that were postponed from March MNGA that we didn't have time to get to, that carried over. And so I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker for resolution 1.
Thank you. Resolution 1, postponed from March 2023 to the current MNGA, and it has been revised since then. The subject is elector outreach and education. This will affect the Electoral Act. It was submitted by the Electoral Act Committee to the MNGA clerk. The revised version was submitted on April 17th, 2023, and it will require a 3/4 majority to approve.
Hi, John.
Background.
Sorry, Monica Fisher here. I'm present.
Monica Fisher. Okay, confirmed.
And Jamie Lee Keith is in the waiting room needing to be let in. Sorry, John.
No, thank you very much. Okay, background. This resolution was originally submitted to the March 2023 MNGA and postponed to the June 2023 MNGA due to time constraints. In the interim, the Electoral Act Committee modified the resolution as indicated by the underlined parts in the resolution. Whereas, historically, only about 10% of Métis have voted in past elections in British Columbia. For many people, voting can be a confusing and intimidating experience, and democratic best practices include outreach to electors to inform them of when, where, and how to vote, along with the candidates who are running to represent their interests. Be it resolved that the following changes be made to the Electoral Act. In Article 5.2, strike the word may and insert shall in its place. B, add the following to the end of Article 5.2a. Activities may include but are not limited to. I, working with MNBC staff to develop and distribute a voter's guide for electors that explains in plain language when, where, and how to vote. Newspaper advertisements in local papers where there is a chartered community, if available and subject to funding. Social media, including the purchase of ads. Direct mail and email notices to electors, arranging for virtual town hall meetings, either individually in each region or in combination with other regions for provincial and regional candidates to respond to questions and comments from electors, working with MNBC committees and charter communities to provide outreach opportunities in their communities, especially youth outreach, and any other opportunities that may be requested by a charter community or region or considered by the chief electoral officer to be appropriate for all or for a specific region or community. C, add the following as a new Article 5.2B and renumber existing 5.2B to 5.2C. The chief electoral officer shall, as much as reasonably possible in as many outreach activities as possible, include information regarding the positions available for election, a description of responsibility and time commitments. D, insert the following in section 8.1 as new part B. The positions available for election, including a description of responsibilities and time commitment, and renumber the remaining subsections in 8.1 accordingly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I'll next turn to look for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll open it for discussion. I see President Goulet. I take that to move. Is that correct? I'm seeing nodding and a thumbs up. Great. And then President Crozier.
Second.
Thank you very much. So please raise your hand if you wish to speak to this. And I note we do have some Electoral Act Committee members as members here. So I'm sure that there's any questions that can be provided there, but I'll turn first to President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association, and speaking in favor, and I am on the committee for this, and we had lots of discussion. I think some of it's housekeeping and just cleaning it up, making it more, how do you say, more easy to read. If you scroll back to the top, I think the discussions, you know, with the low voter turnout, only 10%. So trying to engage those voters to come out and be active. So I think that's the purpose of this, you know, try to do more advertising, get the word out we're having an election. So part of it does also say pending funding. I know, I think we had a discussion about newspaper ads could run costly, but there's other means, virtual and things like that. So fully support this and hope that this can move forward.
Thank you very much, President Goulet. President Crozier, did you wish to speak to it at all, given that you were a seconder, or any comments, or are you fine?
No, generally fine. I just like what Tony said. It's just basically cleaning it up. I know personally, the last election, I had my election ballots all filled out and put in the proper envelope, and 2 months later, I found them tucked between the seat and the console of my car. And I felt horrible, but at the same time, I thought, well, if there's some way we can actually have more context and more, just make it easier to vote, then I'm all for it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Director Gervais.
Yes, I'm in favor of this resolution. I think it's a good one. It needed some fixing up to do, like Tony said, but I think that more resources should go out to the communities to be able to reach the rural part of areas, communities, and I think that plays a big important role for people that want to vote, and we have to try to include everybody, but we just need more resources, a little bit more funding to be able to communities to be able to get that out.
Thank you very much, Director Gervais, for those comments. Are there any other delegates wishing to speak to it? President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Army Association. I support this resolution. I would hope that in the sharing of information to potential candidates in regards to time commitments and things of that nature, there could be clarification to those candidates as to what they're getting into. Is this a job with a salary, or is it a director position with honorarium? So it would be very good if people knew what they were getting into, because there's much confusion around that point. But I do support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Allard. President Sundin.
I also speak in favor of the resolution, but I just want to bring to the attention on be it resolved B, number 2, newspaper advertisements in local papers where there's a chartered community. And I just want to have that discussed as to who would actually be paying for this when we have a provincial election, if it's up to the charter communities or if it will be negotiated by MNBC, and also arranging the virtual town hall meetings. I'm just also wondering if that will be discussed in the future and make sure that we've got this coordinated so we're not province-wide having confusion as to who's calling and who's invited. So that's just a couple comments, but I do speak in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I think what may assist, and I do see a couple other hands up, and I'll get to them in a moment. The portion that's being changed there, the 5.2, and then that you pointed out to President Sundin, is things that the chief electoral officer does. So it's the obligation not on the communities, but on the chief electoral officer as part of their role in advertising the election and things like that. Now, certainly, and Mr. Beaker has his hand up, and I'll turn to him momentarily. But my understanding that would likely be something that, or these types of, if, again, assuming this passes, would be things that would be as part of the call or the tender for contract with regards to any future CEO or chief electoral officer. So that's my understanding. And sometimes when we're looking at a resolution like this and it's talking about the 5.2 or whichever section, the context of where in the legislation it falls in is of assistance that it doesn't always come across in the specific resolution. So I'll turn to, I did see some nodding because he's at the top of my list here. President Goulet, maybe he wanted to make a comment as part of the committee, but I'll turn it over to President Goulet and then President Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just going to echo those sentiments. You know, if I believe the discussion, it would be the chief electoral officer that would have to do that, right? So part of their thing would be the advertisement, getting those out and doing those ads. I think the most of it would be that they would have to work with those chartered communities to make that happen. So they weren't just putting ads out in the chartered communities like what, you know, they would work through that. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And then also, I think the virtual town hall meetings, because some regions want to have it all, you know, the whole region, and other communities may opt out and want to have just an individual with their community members. So it gives that option, right? I don't think it limits us, but whatever the chief electoral officer will make at the time. So if the communities in Region 5, we're all saying we wanted to have individual, it'd probably be just one great big regional. So I think there's some adjustments there. So.
Thank you very much, President Goulet. I do see President Allard's hand still up. I'm not sure if that's a stale hand or it's at the top of my list.
Yeah, stale hand, sorry about that.
No worries, thank you very much. Mr. Beaker.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to reiterate some of the comments that were made, that is correct. I'd like to refer people to Article 5 of the Electoral Act, where it mentions that the Chief Electoral Officer shall be appointed by the MNGA to hold office for each election. We will be considering at the March 2024 MNGA the proposals that are coming forward for the for services for Chief Electoral Officer for the next general election. So we will be sending out a RFP for the interested parties to serve as Chief Electoral Officer for our next general election. We'll be putting that out in fall of 2023. Should this resolution pass, we will have very clearly in the part of the RFP that the Chief Electoral Officer will be taking a greater role in election awareness than had been taken in previous MNBC elections. So that will be factored into the consideration of the amount as part of the proposal, et cetera, that they will not just be administering the election, they will also be expected to do some parts of electoral outreach. And if there needs to be other outreach when the election is coming forward, the electoral officer can always code the MNBC and say, we would like some more funds for this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Norquay.
Yes, Alex Narkwe here, Caribou Métis. Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Director Gervais said earlier about trying to direct some stuff, pinpoint a little bit more to some of the rural areas where they seem to get left behind because of their connection to some of the social email stuff and that nowadays. So I don't know if we have those numbers from the voting. We know overall it was 10%, but you know, maybe we need to look at, I know we want to be fair across the board for the most part, but if there's some areas that at a 40 or 50% of their members voting, then maybe the same amount of money doesn't need to be directed there versus some areas that had 15% or less. So just something to put out there. And if they're sending stuff out or we're sending stuff out, it'd be nice to sort of well in advance sort of say, okay, in, you know, I'll say 2024, just as an example, you know, in 2024, these are the positions that will be coming up. And then if you have some of that information, you know, basic information about those positions, that'll tweak the interest. And if we put them out, you know, at some point in time, every couple of months before the elections and that, it'll keep people's interest up. And if we make that stuff so it's easily for us to post on our Facebook pages, I think it'll help get some of that interest up a little bit more. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Norquay, and I think there's some good ideas there. Next have President Shaw.
Dana Shaw, Bandry Métis Community Association. I think this is great, but I still think that there's something missing. I really think we need to impress upon our citizens the importance of voting, not just who to vote for, but why it's important for us to be voting. I don't think that that is shared widely enough. And I know for sure in my community, it's not something most people, you start talking about politics and they run away. They don't want to participate. And so I really think we need to share with our citizens how important it is to vote and why. How is it relevant to them to vote? Because if you're not making it relevant to individuals, then they're not going to want to participate the same way. And so I think that is still missing from this. And I think, you know, working towards communication is great and important, but I would like to see something to do with that as well.
Thank you very much, President Shaw. And just sorry, just a moment. Yeah, no, I think those are some great comments, and hopefully those members of the Electoral Acts Committee and staff that assists that committee will take that into consideration and how that might be able to be facilitated in a greater way. Thank you. Are there any other delegates wishing to speak to the resolution? I'm not seeing any further hands. I'll give it one more second or so, and then otherwise we'll turn it to Mr. Beaker for the roll call votes on this on resolution number 1. Again, still not seeing any hands. I don't think I saw anything come up in the chat. No. So, okay, then we will proceed with the roll call vote. So I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. And we will start in the A's. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. As the speaker pointed out, this is going to require a 3/4 majority to pass. And based on our attendance, it will require 30 votes in favor to pass. With that said, Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard, I see a yes in the chat. Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Ron Karan,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Sean Daverin,
Yes.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Mark DeBoard. Mark? Alicia Fernando.
Sorry, yes, that's a yes.
Oh, there you are, Mark. Thank you. Alicia
Apologies.
Fernando,
Yes.
Monica Fisher,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Sean James,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith. I see yes in the chat. Anthony Crelo,
Yes.
David LaFontaine,
Yes.
Peter Lang,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Alex Norquay,
Yes.
Peggy Lansky,
Yes.
Denny Paquette,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Dana Shaw,
Yes.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Natasha Smith,
Yes.
Joyce Sundin,
Yes.
Pixie Wells,
I think that's a full card bingo.
it is if you say yes.
Yes, bingo.
Bingo, bingo, bingo. Yes, President Wells is correct. That is unanimous. Did I miss anyone though? Nope. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, everyone. So that passes. Resolution number 1 passes. We're going to move right on to resolution number 2. This is another one that carried over from the March MNGA and also from originally from the Electoral Act Committee. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Okay. Resolution 2 postponed March 2023 to the June 2023 MNGA. The subject is MNBC Electoral Act housekeeping amendments. The legislation will affect the Electoral Act, submitted by the Electoral Act Committee to the MNGA clerk. Date submitted was January 23, 2023. This will require a majority vote for approval as it is a housekeeping amendment. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure that they are correctly stated, and in the event an error or inconsistency is discovered, the error must be rectified as a housekeeping matter. Be it resolved that the MNBC Electoral Act be amended as follows. Strike the words returning clerk in existing section 14.1F and insert returning officer in their place. B, renumber part C to F of article 14.1 so that they are subsections of part B as follows. B, the following persons shall not be appointed as either a returning officer or a poll clerk. Subsection I, a person who is a spouse, child, brother, sister, mother, father, common law partner, or individual who lives with a candidate. Subsection II, a member of the Métis Nation British Columbia Senate. Subsection III, an individual who is candidate or a candidate's representative. Subsection IV, a person who is a spouse, child, brother, sister, mother, father, common law partner, or individual who lives either a returning officer poll clerk shall not be appointed for the same polling station location. C, in Article 31.2, strike the second instance of the word in and insert is in its place so that Article 31.2 will read 31.2. An individual other than an election officer must not act to assist more than one elector in an election to mark a ballot unless the individual is assisting more than one member of their family.
Thank you very much. And so I will look for a mover and a seconder for resolution number 2. If you just use the raise hand function, and so I see President Goulet to move. Thank you. And I see Vice President Norquay. Is that correct to second?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is before the assembly, and I'll turn it to President Goulet if you wish to, as the mover, if you wish to have any comments.
No, I am okay. I think it's pretty self-explanatory and just defines the roles a little bit better, or a little clarity.
Thank you. Vice President Norquay, did you wish to have any comments as the seconder?
Yeah, just one section there, just above section C there in that last paragraph. It says lives, yeah, should be with either a returning officer or poll clerk.
Thank you very much for catching that.
Thank you.
And I take President Goulet, no issue with adding that in? Thank you. I'm seeing your head shaking.
No,
No,
I'm okay.
perfect. So we'll just add that in directly. All right. Is there any discussion, any further discussion on the resolution with that as being presented now with that the one minor change? President Lewis, go ahead.
Sorry, I miss. Oh, okay. So with lives with. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed that part.
No
I
problem.
retract my hand.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? All right. Not seeing any others. We are still going to have to go by way of the roll call vote. However, it is a resolution. But as indicated earlier, it's only a majority, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Mr. Speaker, apologies to disagree with you on this. As it is a housekeeping resolution, we do not require a roll call vote as per the MNGA Act Article 4.2.3. If we are ready for a vote on this, we can make the poll live, and I've directed the Deputy Clerk to start doing that.
All right. Well, I stand to be corrected, and I'm glad it's this way. So that works out. I mean, I was even going to go with unanimous consent here, but yes, the resolution to the poll is there. It is live when once it's ready, and please answer your choice. It is a majority requirement to pass. I do see a hand. So this one's June. Go ahead, President Graham.
Yeah. How do Joy and I do that? There's
That's a good point. So, and I think there may be others that are sitting together using the same device. So what I'm going to do, thank you for that. And I'm glad you raised that, because that's certainly something we need to take into account. So if we can cancel the poll and just close the poll just so we can deal with that. And if I just have one quick moment.
Could I just say, I just did the poll and submitted. It was fairly simple. Could those ones online, like June, could they just say yes or no? Could that just be recorded? Make it a lot easier than re-going through the roll call. And it was fairly easy. It just popped up on mine, and it was done already. So I just want to, if I can, if that's okay. I mean, I'm okay with that as a.
I think that we'd have to, I don't know who other participants may be using a single device. And where we need to. If I can just have a moment, and we'll just if we can just stand down for a second, please. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And perhaps just before I speak, I'll let Director Dieger, if you had a comment or question.
Yeah, sorry, just a comment. I don't think we can do that. It's got to be one or the other because some people can vote in the resolution and also put up their hands. So unless we have a clear, accurate way to do one or the other or both, we can proceed. But I think you need to strike the poll and we just have to go strictly with hands. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. And I think you caught an issue that we're, and I had my brief discussion with our clerk. I think we can proceed with the poll. However, we'll need to know and we'll need to be advised which delegates are appearing or using the same device. Obviously, President Graham and President Bremner are. And they would just have to indicate going forward who's using the device, and the other would vote in the chat. Indicate their vote in the chat, so that we would still only get the one from the one vote coming from the device and then the one in the chat. And if anyone else, are there any other delegates that are working or sitting together from the same device? Aside.
Monica Fisher, President Columbia Valley. I will vote in the chat.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I
And
appreciate.
I just have my computer, but sound on only one computer, the other computer. So
Okay, so with regards to that, then for the poll, with regards to that device, Director Fisher will use the poll function, and President Fisher will use the chat function. And with regards to Presidents Graham and Bremner, who will be using the which? So President Graham will be using the poll. Okay, and then we'll have President Bremner entering the vote in the chat. Are there any other delegates that are sitting together using the same device for which we need to know for so that we can be clear? And I do appreciate Director Dieger's comments, just so that we are clear on what the specific votes are. I'm not seeing anyone else. Okay, those are the four individuals who I suspected were together. All right, so if you have not yet entered your vote in the poll, please do so. And so
sorry, I just would hate to set a bad precedent. So you're going to count how many people are here and verify the ones that are using the poll and the ones, right? You're going to do that. So, because we have to have some verification process if we're going to proceed with two ways of voting. I just don't want to start a bad precedent, right? Just make sure things are clear.
Yes, and the only those who were given the link and our delegates have the ability to enter the room, or if I put it that way, and are therefore the only ones that are available or are provided with a chance to vote through the polling system. So there was essentially, for example, with President Bremner and President Graham, while they can they obviously both have a vote, only one entry on the poll would be physically possible. So as soon as they entered one, that would be the only one recorded. And that's why I asked who would be recording the votes electronically and who would be entering the vote via the chat. So that should, my understanding, cover every delegate and ensure that every delegate's vote is recorded. President Graham?
To make things easier, I can bring President Bremner in on my iPad and just mute it, and she could go in as her name, and we could do it that way if it's easier.
Then I think going forward after this vote, let's do it that way, because and I think someone put in the notes that we would have been finished by now. I agree. If we could do that, and I think that President Fisher said that she also has a device that if she perhaps essentially enters in on that, but participating on or interacting through what? that would be preferable. For this one vote, we'll do it this way just so that we can complete it. And so I'll have President Bremner enter her vote in the chat, President Fisher enter her vote in the chat, and then going forward, if you could both log in on a separate device so that we can record those votes individually.
Yeah,
so I appreciate everyone's patience, and I certainly appreciate Director Dieger's comments to ensure that we have an accurate recording of our votes.
Okay, I'm ready whenever anyone wants to let me in. I'm there.
And so for those, there may be one or two that have not yet entered their votes. It looks like we have 6 that have not. Now, maybe they've stepped away. That's possible as well. We'll just give it. So we'll just give it another 30 seconds. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker to. All right, thank you. We are going to end the poll. And so I'll ask our deputy clerk to do that, and we'll get the results of the vote, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. Thank you. I think everyone saw the vote. It's 36 votes in favor, none opposed, no abstentions. So that resolution passes, that requiring previously only a majority vote. So I thank everyone. Of course, even though we're a couple of years into Zoom and everything, there's always some little hiccups. Next, turn to resolution number 3, and I will turn it to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. Resolution number 3, postponed from March to the current MNGA. The subject is regulatory authority for elections. The legislation affected is the Electoral Act and the MNGA Act. This was submitted by the Electoral Act Committee to the MNGA clerk on January 23rd, 2023, and will require a 3/4 majority to pass. Whereas after an election is called, there may be an urgent need for additional or amended rules specific to the election. MNBC citizens meet once annually at the AGM, and urgent changes to rules for an election may not be dealt with in a timely fashion. And the MNGA is the legislative body of the MNBC as set out in the Constitution and is well within the MNGA mandate to provide additional guidance to the MNBC's democratic processes. Be it resolved that the following be added to the Electoral Act as Article 45. Regulatory authority. The Métis Nation Governing Assembly may, by resolution, make election rules regarding matters not specifically set out in the Electoral Act. Such rules will expire 30 days after election day for the election they pertain to. B, the following be added as Article 4.8 to the Métis Nation Governing Assembly Act. 4.8, the MNGA may, by resolution, make election rules regarding matters not specifically set out in the Electoral Act. Such rules will expire 30 days after election day for the election they pertain to.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for this resolution. And I see President McDonnell. Is that correct to move?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I see Director Gervais. Is that to second? I'm seeing a nod. I didn't hear, but that.
Yeah, it
Perfect.
is. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Director Gervais. All right. This resolution is before the Assembly. Are there any comments, questions, discussion? Now's the time. Please raise your hand, and I will afford President McDonnell opportunity if she wishes to speak to it first as the mover.
I just wanted to say that it makes sense to me, but I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Director Gervais, any comments you wish to make?
Yeah, it's all saying what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I totally agree with it.
Thank you very much. I'll next turn to President DeBoard.
I was hoping to just get an example of a type of rule that you expect to occur due to this resolution. You know, from the reading, it just looks like it puts a lot of power into this this governing assembly, and I would hate for, you know, democracy to be superseded by some arbitrary rule created after the fact.
Thank you very much. The next hand I have is President Allard, who I think will likely be able to provide an example. And I know he's on the Electoral Act Committee. So, President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I was on the committee. I resigned to focus on the MNGA Governance Committee, but I do remember being part of this resolution. As far as an example, I mean, recent history does show that a by-election rules can be changed through a special MNGA. So that's one example. What my question is, and I do support this. My question is, and I may have missed this previously or at the moment, what would be the threshold required for an MNGA to pass a new rule? Is a majority or more? Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Mr. Beaker, and so he may be able to answer that. It may be set out within the legislation, or we may need to adjust it. But I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker, and then I've got President Byrd after him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you both for those questions. To answer President DeBoard's question, an example of a rule that can come up was one in a previous special MNGA when we called a by-election. I believe it was for the vice president position in 2022. The MNGA felt it pertinent to have a financial disclosure as part of that. That was not in the Electoral Act, but the MNGA decided that that would be pertinent to apply for that by-election. So the regulatory authority specifically does state that the MNGA can set a rule that is not spoken to in the legislation. So the MNGA won't be able to come with a resolution to suspend a part of the current legislation. It's for anything that falls outside of the legislation as it's spoken. Of course, all of our legislation is open for amendments if you wanted to, of course, add another rule to it. To answer President Allard's question, these regulations would be adopted at the MNGA by a majority vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I next have President Byrd.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I had similar thoughts as Mr. DeBoard, and I'm wondering if we want to add a sentence after they pertain to, something along the lines of following the election, there could be an independent review of the decisions made and the potential impact it had on the election, just to provide some opportunity to see if things substantially were changed.
Thank you. And President Byrd, I'll keep you on just here. I know our deputy clerk is going to, so we're going to add it at the end of each of the sentences, so a new sentence. And can you sort of repeat the suggested?
I'll put it in the chat for you.
Thank you.
Oh. If I can copy and paste the right thing, that would be helpful. it doesn't need to be, I have put in the chat Senate because that seems like our independent review, but I also understand the Senate is very busy, so it could just be an independent review.
Thank you. I'm seeing your head nodding. That's looking okay, or what you're saying. And we'll put this on both because this is going to both legislation. So we'll add it there. And given this is a motion to amend.
Sorry, one addition, there could be an independent review. I want to make it an optional if there is a like if we feel it's necessary, but I don't think it needs to happen every time.
Okay, so there could be, there may be.
There may be.
Thank you. And we'll make that both.
And always
Okay.
open discussion from others on.
And so that accurately reflects then. Perfect. So I'm going to take that as moving for a motion to amend. Is there a seconder? And just so everyone can drop hands, I do have Director Gervais and Director Hooper on my list, but I'm looking for a seconder on the amendment. And I'm seeing a couple hands up. The first I see is President Adams. Are you seconding?
Yes, I second.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so the amendment is now properly before the Assembly. And so at this point would be for the time, please raise your hand if you wish to have any questions, comments on the amendment, not the initial portion of the resolution. I do have Director Gervais first.
Yes, just on the 30-day expiry rule, is that for an amendment or an additive rule, like an adding rule?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear on your question. So the question of the 30 days, what's being changed is that there may be an independent review of the decisions that were made by the MNGA and what that impacts or potential impacts were on that election. So the timeline of the 30 days is involved in the original resolution, and basically it's the duration or when the rule, how long it will last. So it can't last in perpetuity. It would only last for one election, but that would be for a discussion on the main resolution, not the motion to amend.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. I was just trying to clarify that.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I'm glad we're able to do that. I hope that helped. Director Hooper.
So just a clarification, and it would be for both. The paper that I printed out says 75%, and I believe I heard somebody said this one was majority. So if I could have that just clarified. So thank you.
Yes, Mr. Beaker was responding to the question from President Allard on if the MNGA, if this were to pass and the MNGA were to make a rule pursuant to this authority, what would the voting for that rule? So Mr. Beaker said it would require a majority of the MNGA to make the rule that would apply to the next election and then expire after 30 days after the election. This resolution before us does require 75% to pass. So it's that, hopefully that clarified. Great. Director Dieger.
Yeah, I kind of like the resolution as it was, only because this could, this could be weaponized in a way to delay. I'm a quick learner, so delaying really causes a lot of angst within the nation, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for result. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to add in. I'm saying that it might best go to, at this time, I don't think it's a real good idea. I think we should deal with the resolution as it is. Adding this extra component without further investigation and just doing it on the fly just makes me a little nervous. That's it.
Thank you very much. I did see Director Harriet's hand up and then it may have gone down. Director Harriet, did you wish to speak to this?
I wanted to hear Caitlin go first, and then maybe I'll put my hand back up.
All right, I'll turn it back to President Byrd.
Thank you. And I think the intention was that it wouldn't necessarily counter any election results. It would just be opportunity to learn for the future if there's any lessons learned from the decision that was made. So maybe there's a way to make that clear, that it wouldn't reverse any of the election results. It would simply be an opportunity to be able to see what the impact had been, if there is such a way.
Thank you. I do have another hand, but I did see a question in the chat, and I do know that some people are. Oh, we do see it. I see it. Okay, thank you. We do see that. President Dubard.
I do think it's important to put in this check and balance. I think that the resolution as it stands without the check and balance, when you talk about being weaponized, could be weaponized itself. And so I think it's important that, you know, once it's happened, that we kind of regroup and decide, well, was this necessary? What was the rule that was put in reasonable, or was it used as a weapon? And therefore, I do think that having a regroup and a check and balance is very important, because it stops the original resolution from being weaponized itself. And I agree that it doesn't have to necessarily stop an election, because it would happen afterwards. And I agree with Caitlin.
Thank you very much. I'll next turn to Director Harriet. And I did see a question come in on the chat. If you could perhaps refrain from putting them in the chat and just raise your hand so that everyone will be able to hear it and it gets recorded in minutes and things like that, or it can be discussed properly here. But I turn to Director Harriet.
Yeah, so I'm not opposed to there being, as President Dubord said, you know, checks and balances and you know, reasonably looking at how this may have affected things. I guess my concern is, what does an independent review look like? You know, does that mean a $10,000 consultant? You know, like who would it be? Would it be a committee appointed? But if it's the MNGA doing it, can it be an MNGA committee independently reviewing itself? Like I'm just trying to figure out what it would look like. Because I also don't want like a large financial burden, but still keeping in mind those checks and balances, right?
Thank you, President Harriet. President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand the intent, but I'm just having a little difficulty, because if we're going to do an independent review, so a decision's made and then there's an independent review, and then it could have an impact on and could change the result, or could change an election completely, may cause us some you know, some grief there. But I understand the intent, and to Patrick's point about, you know, costing as well, right? So I'm not sure. I get the intent, but I don't know if I'll be supporting this. I think we need to really dig into this a bit. So I'll happy to hear the rest of the discussion, but I just think it's a little bit. It may come back to bite the process at some point if something goes awry.
Thank you, President Goulet. I'll turn next to Mr. Beaker, and then I have Director Fisher and President Allard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two things to mention. Number one, as much as I would like to save MBC money, your chief governance officer would not be an independent reviewer of any election regulations, so please do not put that on me. Number two, to President Byrd's comments about clarifying when the review would happen, and to make sure it doesn't delay any election results. Perhaps the phrasing at the beginning of the proposed amendment can read, instead of following an election, it can read upon the conclusion of an election, where the MNGA approves. So it's very clear that, you know, the election concludes where this where this regulation was put in, then there might be an independent review. If that clarifies things, I'd like to know if that clarifies things. Maybe that'll help the discussion. Thank you.
So given that, I will first turn to President Byrd.
Yep,
to
that
respond
amendment,
to
that amendment works for me.
Okay, and President Adams as the seconder, is that?
Yes, that's good.
Okay. So we'll make those minor changes, those changes there. I do have a couple more hands. I've got Director Fisher.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering on this, I'm not in favor of this at this time, just because I kind of feel like we really need to make sure that we get this right. I'm not against there being an independent review of the decisions. I actually think that's a good idea, but I'm wondering, is this something that we should be taking to the governance committee? Because it pertains to how we do things and kind of look at the pros and cons of it.
Thank you, Director Fisher. I have President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I support this amendment and the original resolution as well. I think what they're actually accomplishing is just confirming what has happened and can happen regardless of this resolution as amended passes. We've had recent historical precedents where special MNGAs have changed certain elements of a by-election. I mean, if these don't pass, we can still do that through a special MNGA, a regional governance council, meaning a handful of people can call a special MNGA. So I think the checks and balances are already built in. I think this resolution and its amendment, which I support, just a confirmation of that. And then the amendment specifically, if it wouldn't be included, that still doesn't mean an MNGA couldn't call a review of any changes that may have happened. That power would still be there. So I think these are just confirmations of what has happened and can happen. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, President Allard. Just a moment before I get to the next speaker. Yes, I've got President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just thinking about this too, you know, and experience in running in past, you know, provincial, local elections. Usually the chief electoral officer has been given a task to, you know, after the election, make sure all the checks and balances are in place, that you haven't broken anything during that election period or anything that's come up with voting or anything that they see that can how do you say, make an election go one way or the other. And then there's a time period, but I can't remember what that time period is. I think it's like there's a 30 days where they would come, and in that 30 days, I think the election officer would say, so-and-so as a candidate broke this based on our electoral act. So I'm wondering, for us, for the MNGA to, you know, I'm just worried about the independent review, whether it be a consultant or somebody else. I don't know if it's an independent review. As John said, I don't think he would be tasked with that job, right? Would an MNBC staff be tasked with that job? Would an MNBC board of director be tasked with that job? Who would be tasked with that job as an independent review, right? And then it comes down again to me about, you know, that's going to cost if you start contracting out, then you're past 30 days. The recommendation could come back. It could be harmful for the whole entire election, right? They could say, well, this went wrong, that went wrong, that, and then we start talking about, well, what do we do now? So I'm just fearful. I get the intent, but I think we just need to stick with the original motion. I think is quite clear. And then I think we can make a recommendation that this discussion or this piece go back to the Electoral Act and maybe get some feedback and come up with some wording. Just my thoughts, but in its current content, I just feel I wouldn't be able to support it as is.
Thank you, President Goulet. I've got Director DeJager.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind Mr. Goulet on this one as well. We've been through things where we've gone all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court had said, listen, go back, you're self-governing, straighten it out yourself. When we go into an election, it should be solid. We should all know the rules. When we have an electoral officer, there's mechanisms in there to check and double check to make sure the election was fair. So it's not that I'm totally against it. I think there's some good components here. I just think we need to go back and add that in. So when we do go into an election, we're solid. We don't go, oh, but wait a minute, there's a rule over here. And then we don't know what the costs are, what mechanisms are used. Then it's somebody else again telling us how to run our own elections. So I just think that, we're grown-ups. We can figure this out. I just don't think that belongs with this original motion at this time.
Thank you. I've got Director Harriet.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. I mean, this is a core principle of our self-government. So going outside, if you look at that Supreme Court decision, so I'm going to agree with President Goulet that I think that conducting equitable, fair elections is, that's what the chief electoral officer is independently hired to do. And then, if you look at the Supreme Court decision, it said, like, if there is a disagreement from there, it can be appealed to the Senate. That is our dispute mechanism. So I think we already have our own internal processes, including empowering the chief electoral officer with ensuring fair elections. Like, that's already part of their role and mandate. So, yeah, I'm not speaking in favor of the amendment at this time.
Thank you. I next have Director Gervais.
Yeah, the more I listen to everybody, I'm starting to turn my thoughts into maybe having the electoral officer, handle the independent review and make a time limit, and maybe we can have something to do with how long it should take, and because I think it's just gonna. For one thing, I don't want to make a decision. I'd abstain on this until we had more of a clear picture on it, on what we're going to do.
Thank you. I next have Director Hooper.
So I would speak against this amendment as it kind of loses the context of the original resolution. Great comments, great points, but I think at this time I would speak against the amendment and possibly moving forward another resolution coming up at the next MNGA hitting this part. So at this time I would speak against it, the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hooper. President Crozier.
I would just like to call question.
All right. So we have had some fulsome discussion and a number of members who have spoken twice. So I think we are at a position we can call this. We can, if I can just have a moment, I believe this is something we can, and I think everyone's in a position to proceed by way of poll. This would just require a majority for the amendment. If I can just have a quick moment. I am seeing nodding there, confirmation. Yes, so there hopefully be able to add a poll for in favor, opposed, or wish to abstain from the adding the amendment. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a request in the chat to reread the amendment before voting, so I am happy to do that. The amendment as proposed will read, upon the conclusion of an election where the MNGA approves additional rules as noted above, there may be an independent review of the decisions made and their potential impacts on the election. That's the amendment being considered. So when the poll opens, in favor or opposed to the amended section.
And to be clear, though, that wording goes on to each part of for A and B of the resolution because it's amending two pieces of legislation. So just so everyone's clear. All right, so we will open the poll, and I'll ask you to please make your votes. Okay, we'll give it about another minute. I think we have most of the votes entered. Okay, I'm going to ask Deputy Clerk to close the poll and turn it over to Mr. Beaker. All right, thank you. Our Deputy Clerk has advised that there were 9 votes in favor of the amendment, 23 opposed, and 4 abstentions. So the amendment fails at this time. So I'll ask that the wording be removed from the resolution. And then we will proceed back to discuss any further discussion on resolution number 3. And I did have 2 hands that were up, and I had on the list for discussion on the original resolution, and they may have said their piece in the other part as they did speak, but I will turn first to Director Gervais if you wish to anything additional to add at this time. Director Gervais?
Not at the, no, I'm good with what we're trying to do.
Thank you very much. And I also had Director Hooper.
No, my question has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other hands, anyone else wishing to speak to the original resolution as originally presented? I'm not seeing any hands, but I'll give everyone just a quick second here if they're trying to access the raise hand function.
Question?
I'm hearing question orally there, and I think I'm not seeing any hands. So we will then go to the roll call for this one. This one, given that it is, and I'm sure I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker in a second, but this will require a 75% majority. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember which way we went last time, but we're starting with Pixie Wells this time. Pixie Wells.
Bingo, in favor.
Joyce Sandin.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Denny Paquette. Denny. Peggy Alansky.
Yes.
Alex Norquay.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Peter Lang,
Yes.
David Lafontaine, Anthony Crelo,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith. Got a yes in the chat. Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Sean James,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Monica Fisher,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Mark DeBoard,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Louis DeJagger,
Yes.
Sean Davern,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Ron Karan,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
David Allard, I see the yes in the chat, and Tom Adams.
Yes.
I also see Denny has said yes in the chat. It's unanimous, unless I've missed anyone. Oh, it's unanimous then.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Beaker, and thank you everyone for entering that vote quickly. We are at 12 o'clock exactly. We are right on time with our where we were proposed to be on the agenda. I want to thank everyone, and we will take 1 hour for lunch, and I'll see you all back at either 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, depending where the province you're at. We'll see you shortly. Get up, stretch your legs, and for those of you that I see are outside, it looks like it's quite nice out. So enjoy the sun. We'll see you shortly. Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Not sure if anyone has their audio on, or not the audio, but I guess the speakers on. We're given a 5-minute warning, and we will recommence with our quorum. See you shortly.
Nicole Corson, are you there?
All right, if you have not yet, if you could make your way back to your device, we're going to have Mr. Beaker go through the quorum to make sure we have quorum back. And yeah, I think I'm seeing videos popping back up, which is great. Hope everyone had a wonderful little bit of a break, got to enjoy the nice weather, whether it's going outside for a walk or eating outside or whatever it might be on this lovely day. So I've got 1 minute to 1 here Pacific time. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Beaker. I believe we're at the top of the alphabet. I'm seeing him nodding his head, so we will start with our quorum, Paul.
All right. Tom Adams.
Present.
David Allard. Curtis Belcourt. Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Joy Bremner. Darlene Campbell. Ron Caron.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer. I see her in
Present.
chat. Nicole Corson.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
Present.
Sean Daverin.
Here.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Here.
Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Dr. Kate Elliott, Alicia Fernando,
Present.
Monica Fisher,
Present.
Deborah Fisher,
Present.
Paulette Flamond,
Present.
Rainey Gervais,
Here.
Dean Gladue, Tony Goulet, June Graham, Patrick Harriet,
Present.
Susie Hooper,
Present.
Sean James,
Present.
Travis Jobin,
Present.
Jamie Lee Keith in the chat, Brenda House, Anthony Creelo,
Present.
David LaFontaine,
I am here.
Peter Lang,
Present.
Richard Lewis,
Here.
Tyler Massey,
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Present.
Walter Minot, Alex Norquay,
Present.
Peggy Alansky,
Here.
Lana Olson, Denny Paquette,
Present.
Valerie Pace, Kelly Sears, Mert Servatius,
Here.
Dana Shaw,
Here.
Lisa Smith,
Present.
Natasha Smith,
Present.
Joyce Sundin,
Present.
Pixie Wells,
Yes, bingo.
Did I miss anyone? I see David Allard is in the chat. Anyone else checking in?
Dean Gladue, Region 3.
Dean Gladue. Anyone else that I missed? Okay, thank you, everyone. I confirmed that we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. So we're going to move on to resolution number 4. Resolution number 4 and number 5 are a little different than the other or the regulations we we normally have. Essentially, these resolutions are asking to have a discussion. So normally we would have Mr. Beaker read the resolution, we'd ask for a mover and seconder, and then we'd have discussion on the resolution before passing it. What I'm going to propose is that we'll have Mr. Beaker read the resolution. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then we'll go straight to a vote on whether to accept it. And that would be essentially, and we'll hear it in just a moment, but whether or not to engage in the discussion that's sought by the passing of the resolution. So if there's no appetite for that discussion, that would be indicated with a no vote. But we'll get to that in a moment, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker to read resolution number 4.
Thank you. Resolution number 4, postponed from the March 2023 MNGA to June 2023 MNGA. Subject: opportunity for discussion at the MNGA, term limits for MNBC board members. This does not affect any legislation. Submitted by the Electoral Act Committee to the clerk on February 1st, 2023. Requires a majority vote for approval. Whereas the Electoral Act Committee was created to provide input on elections in the Electoral Act, and the MNGA may wish to discuss matters relating to tenure of board members, be it resolved that the MNGA engage in a discussion regarding term limits for MNBC board members to inform the Electoral Act Committee on this topic for potential legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. And I'm so going to ask for a mover and a seconder to raise their hand in order to have this resolution properly before the floor. I see a hand from Monica Fisher, or President Fisher and President Massey. So just President Fisher confirming you're moving.
Yeah, I'll move.
Thank you. And President Massey for a second.
Correct, second.
Thank you very much. And I do see a hand, President Allard. Oh, it went back down. So essentially what I'm going to ask at this point then, this is a request by the Electoral Act Committee to engage in a discussion, for this body to engage in discussion to inform the committee on this topic. And so we'll go by way of a poll in just a moment. I'll recognize Mr. Allard in a second. And then if that passes, then we will proceed with the discussion as a result of that. President Allard, did you have your hand? Did you wish to say something?
Yeah, hi, David Allard, I'm an Army Association. When I was a part of the Electoral Act Committee, I brought this topic up to the committee, and subsequently to talking to many people and presidents, I gauged the interest in the discussion and the positions on it, and it was people were of many different minds about this. And at another Electoral Act Committee, I did suggest that we don't pursue this line of discussion. So it belongs to the MNGA now, but as the person who originally brought this to the Electoral Act Committee, I'm more than fine to not pursue with the discussion on this, since there's no actual resolutions or changes coming with this, and that would afford us more time to deal with actual resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allard. Director Gervais.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the whereas. What's number 2? What's the MNGA may wish to discuss matters relating to the tenure of board? What's that mean?
So if I may, my understanding is essentially one of the areas in which the Electoral Act Committee was considering was whether or not to propose changes or to the legislation regarding the establishment or of term limits and what that might look like. So for example, someone could be a MNBC board member for 2 consecutive terms, and that there'd be a limit, similar to, I guess, what it's in the Americans have as a president. You can only do 2 terms, and discussions on how that might look, which positions might be subject to term limits, which ones not. And so having the MNGA have a discussion and forwarding those ideas so that the Electoral Act can consider that before making proposal or proposed changes and bringing it back to the MNGA. So it's my understanding, and of course any other committee member could correct me, essentially it's an outreach or a way to gauge interest and information from the MNGA, who would make the ultimate decision on if there would be a change being discussed at this assembly. So that's my understanding of it. President Smith.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I agree with President Allard that we should get on with the resolutions and the business at hand. I believe that resolutions should affect change to legislation. And this is a much needed discussion, but perhaps it could be put forward maybe even at the AGM for discussion, maybe in a forum pre-AGM or a side meeting at the AGM or the next MNGA. We could have a special time set aside before or after the MNGA to discuss. Those are just my thoughts, but it is a really important discussion that we should have. So I'm not going to comment on the content, but it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that was the intention, was to have that discussion, and that's why it was forwarded by the committee. But certainly it's the will of the Assembly on how it wishes to proceed today. I did see President Caron's hand up earlier. It appears it's gone down. Did you wish to speak to this? On whether or not to have the discussion is probably the best way to put it.
No, I just lowered my hand. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I do see Vice President Norquay.
Yeah, thanks, David. Alex Norquay, Caribou-Chilcotin Métis Association. I think this resolution has some merit also. not sure if this is the right spot to start it. But I think as President Smith said, it needs to be discussed. We've probably all noticed over the years at different times, different people that we've either seen in the public or that we've worked with and that have stayed just too long. Their engagement in the process or the people that they work with starts to lose a lot of merit. So I agree. I think it's something that needs to be discussed. Whether this is the right format or place for it, I'm just not too sure about that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Okay, and I'll turn to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to suggest, not suggest, but I'd like to let the MNGA know that there could be an option to, instead of voting to approve this resolution or not, the MNGA could decide to postpone this resolution to the end of business at this sitting of the MNGA. So if we dispense with all of the other resolutions on our order sheet and we do have some time to discuss it, we could pick up these resolutions, say, tomorrow after we've done all of the other business. That is an option to postpone it to the end of the order of business if we want. We can also postpone it to an AGM, a subsequent MNGA. There are options that can be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Dieger.
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood where the chair was going with this conversation. I thought the chair said that there was going to be a poll. So if there's a poll, then we wouldn't even be discussing this. So just clarification.
Sure.
Where are we at?
Yeah, the clarification is whether or not to have, so the poll would be essentially to vote on the resolution, which would be to have the discussion or not to have the discussion right now. So if it passed, then we would have the substantive discussion on the substance of term limits.
So for clarity, the chair was going to do the poll, and then there was going to be the discussion, because right now we're having a discussion.
Well,
and we haven't done the poll. So
right now
I just want to know clarification.
Yeah, no problem. Right now we're having the discussion on whether or not we're discussing whether or not there's an appetite to have the discussion about term limits. So we haven't talked about whether or not term limits are good, where they should be. It's whether or not we should have that discussion at all, which is the subject of the resolution. So that's why I wasn't sure if I didn't anticipate that there'd be as much discussion to discuss or to talk about whether we should talk about it. That, if I can put it that way. So if there's an appetite, and that's why I was going to say if we can go to the poll, we could, if there's no appetite to do that discussion, although Mr. Beaker raised some comments that it could be moved, there could be a move to add it to the end of of tomorrow's business, for example. But so we do have it on the floor, unless I do see a hand, President Fernando.
President Alicia Fernando, Tri-River Métis Association. Is it possible to make an amendment to do that such thing, just if we have time at the end to have the discussion, or just move it lower in the agenda?
Yes, thank you. I'll just find out the exact way we do that, and I think it would be a motion to defer, and I'll just confirm with our parliamentarian clerk.
Yes, that would be a motion to defer or postpone to or postpone to a certain time. So I will have the deputy clerk draft up a motion to postpone this to the end of business at the June MNGA, please. While the deputy clerk is typing this up, it would also be in order right now to, if we wanted to defer resolution 5, which is also another opportunity for discussion, we can defer both resolutions with this one postponement resolution if there's an appetite to do so.
So once we have that wording change, and we'll probably include both if that's consistent with your intention, President Fernando.
Yes, I would move
Could we add if time permits?
President Fernando, is that agreeable if adding if time permits?
Yes, that still makes sense.
Great. Thank you. And so we have that on there. And President Smith, I presume you can second that, given your comment there.
Yes, I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now, excuse me, we do have a postponement motion on the floor. We'll just have a quick moment. So it is open to the floor for any discussion on the postponement motion. So whether or not to put it to accept and put it to the end of the business if time permits. Or we can proceed with the vote if there's no discussion on that. Seeing something. I'm not seeing anyone jumping up to discuss this any further. So we will put this in the poll. I believe this just requires a majority, but I'll leave that to Mr. Beaker. And once we have the poll, we'll have that open.
Sorry, point of clarification,
Certainly.
please.
Yes.
Was there a seconder to this amendment of the whatever it is before the poll, before we talk about the resolution? I'm lost here.
So the original resolution was moved by President Fisher and President Massey seconded it. So we had the resolution before, and now we have this postponement motion moved by President Fernando and seconded by President Smith.
Okay, I didn't hear President Smith second that. Thank you.
And so now it is properly before the floor, and I will ask that we set the poll and for the postponement motion. So if you're in favor of it, please vote yes. If you're opposed, no. And if you wish to abstain, please indicate that. It looks like most of the votes are in. We'll just give another 15 seconds or so. All right, thank you. I'll ask Deputy Clerk to close the poll, and I'll ask her to read out the results.
Yeah, so the results on the postponement of resolutions 4 and 5 have 34 in favor and 2 opposed. No abstentions.
Thank you very much. So resolutions 4 and 5 have been postponed to the end of business at the June 2023 MNGA, so tomorrow if time permits, which means we are now on to resolution number 6. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker to read through resolution 6.
Thank you. Resolution 6 postponed March 2023 MNGA to the June 2023 MNGA. Subject: Community Charter / Governance Agreement MMBC. This does not affect any legislation. It was submitted by the West Kootenay Métis Society to the MNGA clerk on February 1st, 2023, and will require a majority for approval. Whereas the MMBC Constitution provides for a mutually agreed community governance charter, which defines the relationship for financial and political accountability, mutual recognition, and dispute resolution, known as the Community Governance Charter. This community governance charter has not been updated since 2006 in many cases, and there may be other versions which have been used and not presently signed off by the MNBC or the numerous communities. Be it resolved that the MNBC prioritize a committee of recommended members from the MNBC directors and each regional governance committee or a recommended MNBC member from the region to review and provide a current and reflective community governance agreement for the MNBC. This committee will have representation from the 7 regions and a maximum of 2 directors from the MNBC board or as determined by the MNBC MNGA members. This committee should be struck as soon as possible and hopefully resolve the present outdated agreement prior to the following MNGA of 2024 or by acceptance at a special MNGA for such purpose. Note, a briefing note for information should be provided to the Assembly of the MNBC AGM of 2023. The recommended draft of the revised community governance agreement should be approved and accepted by each RGC prior to the MNGA of 2024 by consensus or majority vote.
Thank you very much. And I will ask for a mover and a seconder, and just indicate that by raising your hand. And I see Director Gervais moving, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And Director Flamand second?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So this is now before the Assembly, and I'll open it back up to Director Gervais if you wish to make any comments on the resolution.
Yeah, I'd like to, I think that our community charters have been not updated for a long time, and it's time that we need to address it. We have governance going through our communities every day. I feel that we don't have the control we would have unless we had a consistent set of policies in our governance charter, like to go right through it. And I think the sooner the better.
Thank you very much. Director Flamand.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I really believe in this resolution, and I think that our agreements need to be driven by our members as well as some board of directors. And I think that getting this work done will be consistent, because I would beg to differ that maybe some of these agreements are even older than what it says in this. But anyway, it would be great to have everything consistent, and things have changed and we need to be on top of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Director Harriet.
Yeah, so I have some complicated feelings about this resolution. So the MNGA Governance Committee, I seconded that original resolution to create it because I really wanted this very thing to be front and center, and one of the first things I was contemplated by that committee. Unfortunately, it took like 10 months to get that committee together, so it was delayed, and then a bunch of things were referred to it. But that was what I thought the purpose of that governance committee would be. And it has it's constituted exactly like this is here. However, I would note that this resolution doesn't include a representative from the Women's Council or the Youth Council, which I think is an omission, because I think that's important as part of the conversation. I'm also, and I recognize that it was delayed from the previous MNGA, but the timelines are pretty tight here. So, you know, it says, you know, briefing note should be provided to the Assembly of the MNBC AGM for 2023, which is, I don't think that's going to be possible. I'm not sure if the MNGA 2024 is even going to be within the timelines for proper consultation, because I think we need to have this discussion. There has to be a very thorough discussion, and absolutely it should go to the RGCs to make sure that the RGCs are okay with it. So I'm just concerned about the timeline, as well as not having the women's representative and a youth representative. And I would argue that we already have a body to do this work, and it just needs to be prioritized for the governance committee because it's already together. So those are my comments. So I would suggest referring this to the governance committee, but I'm uncomfortable with some of the language in here. So as it stands right now, I would not be in favor of this, but I would be in favor of a resolution prioritizing this work to happen at the governance committee that's already established.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Norquay.
Yes, afternoon, Alex Norquay, Carrick-Chilcotin Métis. I agree with what Patrick Harriet was just saying too about the time frame, and also that we should have a women's rep and a youth rep as part of this committee. I'm also a little concerned with one of the first comments made about this of we need to have control. And coming from a director of the board, that concerns me quite a bit, because a lot of us in the community are feeling that sometimes they're trying to control us a little too much. So I'd be careful of the wording you use, because that can jeopardize things pretty quickly. I think we need to work together on this. That's the whole concept, what it's supposed to be. The basic premise of the resolution, I think, is fine, and I agree. The old charters are probably well out of date by now. So I'm not sure if I would vote for it in its present format. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Norquay. I did have Director Fisher with a hand up previously. It may have gone down. I just want to confirm if Director Fisher was wishing to speak to this.
No, I'm going to let everybody else speak.
Thank you. Then I'll turn to President Bremner.
Yeah, I have a question regarding, I believe a number of years ago, MNBC did send out new chartered agreements. And it was quite some time ago. And I know from some of the island residents, the conversations had, there was no way that they were going to give that kind of control to MNBC. And so I also then at that point went looking for what Mid-Island Métis Nation, what charter agreement do we actually have, and could not find it or locate it in any of the paperwork that was at our office. So it would be interesting if MNBC could, if there is an existing chartered agreement with Mid-Island, send that to us so we could have a look at it, even as we're attempting to go forward. And if it's old enough, definitely we would also have lots to say about what the content of the new one is, just to update it, right? So yeah, that's a question there. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Bremner. Turn next to President Corson.
Hi, everyone. Nicole Corson, president of West Kootenay Métis Society, who brought forth this resolution. It hasn't been amended since its original submission. So as we've discussed, the last MNGA, when it came forward, a lot of these things were addressed in sort of the formation of the governance committee. And I know that a lot of discussions around other resolutions addressed many of the points herein. So our goal in having brought this forth was to bring to light, as other speakers have mentioned, the outdated agreements, the requirement for some variety in those charter agreements from community to community, as those needs are different. And I think it is reasonable to definitely want to include more representation of the women and youth. It was, just an oversight to have that not included here. And the dates can certainly be flexed again now that we have that governance committee in place and we see that this work is starting to happen. So we're totally open to amendments or any sort of adjustments to the wording herein as suits everyone here today. Thank you.
Thank you, President Corson. I've got a couple more hands up. I've got Chairperson Dabra.
Hello.
Hi there, thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment that we do include the women and the youth rep. So I guess we could have it written that this committee will have representation from the 7 regions with a maximum of 2 directors from MNBC board, as well as a member from MWBC and MYBC.
Chairperson Davern, is that wording there? I think we're just going to highlight it or put in writing in red there. That's accurate.
And then maybe for clarification, for a total of 9 members. If that is, do you think that would be valuable?
I think we'd be up to 11 then. I'm just trying to think. If one rep.
Because the way I read it, it's a regional director can be the representation of a region. So this exact point is what I'm hoping to clarify. I read it as there's 7 people from the 7 regions. Those may be MNBC board of directors.
Yeah,
if I could maybe get a point of clarification there.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I certainly take your point, Chairperson Davern, and I think you could also would have concerns with if there's 2 directors that could be, for example, yourself and Dr. Elliott filling those spots as well. So I think just trying to sort out the numbers.
Absolutely, thank you.
While we're just kind of looking at that, and certainly we'll turn to mine, perhaps I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker if he's able to assist in this or his comments, and then while he speaks, Chairperson Davern hopefully will help sorted this the proposed amendment, and we can deal with it. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairperson Davern makes a very good point here. Whether or not we have 7 members from the region, 2 members from the board, and then 2 others, or if it's a case of there's 7 plus a youth and a women's representative, and of those 9, a maximum of 2 can be from the MNBC board. I don't know which way the assembly would like to go with this, but we do need to clarify that, because it's going to be very hard for me to recruit if I don't know how many people I'm recruiting.
Director Hoover.
Could we get a clarification as to who is on the committee right now and how many are actually on? And I do believe there's a couple of women's reps that are on the governance committee at this time, whether they're representing their region or they're as a women's rep. I am not sure. So if clarification is needed, thank you.
This is with regards to the proposed new committee that would speak specifically to this as per the resolution. And certainly taking into account what President Corson had said when this was originally put forward and how some of the things have been directed, I might suggest, and of course this is up to the assembly, but given the comments from Director Harriet and President Corson, if whether a motion to refer this aspect to the governance committee, now that there is such a committee that it appeared that President Corson's committee was suggesting, since we already have that committee established, and certainly we hear from Director Harriet of that committee that there's an interest from at least some members of that committee to take up this issue, whether or not that might be a course of action. And of course, then the concerns from Chairperson Davern are satisfied, I would suspect, given the makeup of the current governance committee. But I'll leave that possible suggestion. And I do have a couple hands. I've got President Smith, followed by President Corson, and then we'll continue. So President Smith.
Yeah, the way I read it, it would be 7 reps from the 7 regions, an additional 2 board of directors, and then adding the women and youth. I am That's how I read it, and that's what I took from this when I first read it. However, I would be in favor of deferring this to the governance committee because that is their role. And this community charters are definitely governance, and I would eventually like to see the community charters put into our legislation as well, just to strengthen those. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn to Director Corson here just before I get back to Chairperson Davrin. So President Corson.
President Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. Yes, we are absolutely comfortable with deferring this or referring this to the governance committee now that that is an option, as it wasn't when it was first put forward. And I think as long as there is, you know, the level of attention to this issue that I hear here today, then we're very comfortable with that.
Thank you very much for those comments, President Corson. And I was just wanting to make sure I was getting the right procedure here, because we did have the suggested amendment by Chairperson Davrin. That being said, but we hadn't settled yet on the wording, and we didn't have a seconder. But in any event, a motion to defer or refer to a committee takes precedence over that. So what I'm going to look for then is a seconder to commit or refer this resolution to the committee. And so I do have Chairperson Davrin. Are you prepared to second that, or?
I was not going to. I was wondering if potentially, just in the spirit of goodwill, we can ask for clarification from the writer of the resolution to see what their initial thought was. Is that at all possible? And then I was going to bring up the fact that it's not been seconded yet. Yeah, thank you.
Certainly. And I believe President Corson indicated it was proposed from her community.
And Mr. Chair, I'd be willing to second the motion to defer.
Okay, thank you. I'll trying to look for the hands up and go in that order, but and perhaps just given the question from for clarification from Chairperson Davrin, President Corson, is that correct? The intent, just perhaps I can get you back on again to address the question from Chairperson Davrin.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, President Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. Thank you, Chairperson Davrin, for your question. Yes, it was our community that brought it forward. I did not personally write the wording of these exact paragraphs, but I do represent all of this on behalf of my community, and I'm comfortable speaking on behalf of the writer.
Thank you very much. And I hope that clarified it. So we have a mover, and I've got next with the hand up was Director Harriet.
Thank you. The reason I didn't make a motion to refer right away is, and I'm still in favor of that. However, I just want to make sure that Section C with the timelines isn't going to tie the hands of the committee, because that was part of the problem with previous motions that were referred to the committee, is the timelines were so tight that work couldn't actually get done before it had to come back, kind of thing. So if it is going to impact the work that the committee needs to do to actually, you know, do the due diligence in creating in a good way new charter agreements, then I would first move to strike out Section C or replace it, like, because I think having timelines are a good thing. They just have to be like reasonable, actual, rational timelines. But I just wanted to deal with that before it was referred to committee.
Thank you for that comment. I do have a couple more hands, but I think we need to also turn to Mr. Beaker. He has his hand up, and just he may be able to assist us procedurally how we're dealing with this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, it's an answer to the question that was just posed by Director Harriet. If this resolution is referred to the governance committee without any qualifications on it, the texts and the the timeframes that are in the resolution are not binding on the committee or the MNGA because they were never actually voted yes or no on. The MNGA is voting to take this topic in this resolution and put it into the hands of the MNGA Governance Committee, and that's all that the referral resolution needs to say. You can say you could then add on and say, you know, that the MNGA Governance Committee needs to report back on this, say at the end of 2024, or you could put those on, but you can refer it without qualifications to leave it open and not tie to hands.
Well, then I'm happy to second the motion to refer.
Thank you. So then I do have a mover and a seconder on the motion to refer. So is there any discussion on that? And I do have some of the hands that are up. I do have Director Fisher.
Yes, thank you. And I would be in favor of referring this after hearing the conversation. One of the things I recall as a president is this was brought forward numerous times in discussion that the charter agreements were out of date. We are no longer the nation we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago, and we have to have accountability measures built into it. And our charter communities have a say on what their needs and stuff are. And I think this is the only way that we can bring it forward. And I think our governance committee is a really good start. And I'm super happy there's no time limits because I think we need to push it as fast as we can.
Thank you very much. I next have Director Gervais.
Yes, I totally agree with Deborah, and I think that the governance committee is opportune place to hash this out, and because I think it's really important for the chartered communities to be able to have, you know, like to make it. That's what it's all about. It's about agreement between MNBC and the the charter communities. So it will allow them to have a voice and make it opportune to satisfy everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I next have President Adams.
President Adams, Mikisew Métis. I totally agree with this referral. I'm just wondering if we can actually add something to it to make it a top priority of the government's committee, because I know they have a lot of other work going on, but I believe this is something that our communities need ASAP, and I think this should be their top priority. Thanks.
Thank you. President Caron.
So I've been advocating for this for some time. I've had discussions with Patrick and John Beaker as well, Dean Gladue. So the one concern I have is I think there needs to be community engagement with each charter as well. So if the regions have their representative, I think we need to be involved in that discussion as well. I don't think this is something that we should have, because most of the people that are on this committee are presidents of other associations, and I think we need to have the discussion with each association individually in the region, or each charter, I should say. I think that's really important because Tony Glay brought it up at the MNGA that each community has different needs. And I don't think I like the idea of a generic one, but you're going to have to have some sort of codicils for each individual community, I believe, for different reasons, because some communities need more than others, something different, yeah, right? So that's just an observation.
Thank you very much. And I do know we have got a number of the committee members that are members here. So I'm sure, for example, Director Harriet is taking those concerns and thoughts into account. And I know we had heard discussion about RGC involvement, and that's a great way to involve the communities and within the region attached to their representatives. So I think that hopefully they're taking notes and make sure to include that. And of course, certainly, if it is referred to the governance committee, you'll be able to reach out to with those thoughts and ideas to your regional representative as well, and hopefully there'll be some consensus on that kind of an idea. I next have President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Howard, Salmon Métis Association. I support this referral to the committee. Just a general FYI, it was a top priority for the community. It was lowered in priority after Resolution 7 came about, which has now been dealt with. So just so people are aware, Patrick mentioned that. And beyond that, I think it just makes sense. Like everyone seems to agree. If a new committee was mandated to be created out of this, I would oppose it strenuously. I spent a number of months jumpstarting the MNGA governance committee towards the end and calling many people. And if another committee is struck, this won't be addressed in the proper fashion. It would even be counterproductive to what is already on the docket for the MNGA governance committee. So I support this referral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Norquay, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Yeah, Vice President Alex Norquay, Carrick-Oakton Métis. Yes, I have no problem with referral either. My question is, if anyone has an answer, the governance committee, do they have the option of creating some subcommittees if they're so busy? Like in this one here, you kind of want to start with some of the present charters that each community has, and if the governance committee can pick somebody from each region, say, hey, all I need you guys to do is find the copies of all the charters from the different communities, get them to us so we can start. Like that would help take a lot of work off of their back, so that they're devoted more to doing the final stuff that we need them to do. So just a suggestion. I just don't know if they're hampered or their hands are tied because of the way they're set up. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I turn to Mr. Beaker, I'm just the way the screen's set up for me, I see some of the chat that pops up. If we can, if there's discussion on the resolution or whatever is the matter before the assembly, if that could just be through by raising hands and speaking to it so that everyone can hear it and not be distracted, that would be much appreciated. There's some great questions and responses in the chat, but I think it would be helpful for the entirety of the assembly to be hearing that and not dividing their attentions to that. But certainly, if you have a question, please raise your hand so that it can be asked, and then we'll have other members in response. So just a reminder, and then I'll turn to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer one of the questions in the chat about if all regions in MWBC and MYBC are represented on the governance committee, they are now. We have a representative for each of the spots on there. Somebody did put a link to our website on there, and I see that's out of date. We have had some other committee members join us. So yes, all 7. Actually, all 10 members of the committee are filled, and they're all quite active too. We usually have a pretty good attendance at our monthly meetings. To President Norquay's, Vice President Norquay's suggestion about striking a subcommittee, the MNGA Governance Committee could strike a subcommittee within itself. It couldn't strike another committee outside of itself. So if the MNGA Governance Committee did deem that to start this work, to have a subcommittee of 4 or 5 of its members focus on this work while the broader committee does some other work, they can do that, but they can't go outside of the 10 that are in the committee right there. We at the committee discussions, because I'm the staff lead of it, we do want to start on this work, and we intend to start on this work at our next monthly meeting later this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker, and I have President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Savinar Métis Association. In regards to Mr. Norquay's comment that was touched upon partially by Mr. Beaker, the way I see it is we're not overworked. We just don't have enough time allocated to properly do what needs to be done. We're looking at an hour, 15 hour, 30 addressing these issues every month. One way to counter that is to spend more time. So there's been a few of us on the committee that have formally requested to be more resourced by MNBC, even if it's only a matter of spending more time per month on this. And we're volunteering our time, and we're ready to do this. There has been no follow-up to that, but I think there should be. So this is me bringing it up in this forum here. There's people ready to spend more time than an hour and 20 minutes a month there. So hopefully it'll happen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Director Harriet.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but in the discussions, we did talk about having sort of even a all day in person to really kickstart the conversations about the charter agreements, because we do need to get like a chunk of stuff done and then fine tune it. So I'm sure that resources will be available to really lean into this conversation. That's a much needed and long overdue one. And with that, I'd like to call a question.
Thank you. Hope that someone will do that. So we have the referral motion on the floor that had been a motion raised by President Corson and seconded by Director Harriet, that resolution number 6 be referred to the MNGA Governance Committee for further consideration. And so this will be by way of a poll. And once our Deputy Clerk is ready, she can put that up, and then please vote. So this is to refer resolution 6 to the MNGA Governance Committee.
Okay, so the results are in, and we have 36 votes in favor of referral and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. So resolution 6 is referred to the Governance Committee. And so that is what we had scheduled for day 1. So we're going to move on to the new business from day 2. So we'll proceed next to resolution number 7. And I will turn it to Mr. Beaker to read in that resolution.
Okay, and this is one of the longer resolutions that have been brought forward to the MNGA. So buckle up, everyone. This can take a minute. Resolution number 7, submitted to the June 2023 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. Subject: creation of an elected 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis Nation of British Columbia Governing Council. Legislation affected will be the Constitution, Electoral Act, the MPC-BC bylaws, and the MNGA Act. This is submitted by the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria to the MNGA clerk on April 19th, 2023, and will require a 3/4 majority for approval. Whereas the vision of Métis Nation of British Columbia is to build a proud, self-governing, sustainable nation in recognition of inherent rights for our Métis citizens. The Métis Nation British Columbia Constitution states that the fundamental rights of Métis people include Section 5, the Métis Nation undertakes to respect and ensure to all Métis citizens within the nation rights without distinction of any kind, such as sex, sexual orientation, language, religion, political, or other views. Section 9, every Métis citizen has the right to freedom of thought, expression, conscience, and religion. 2S LGBTQIA+ people have, as a byproduct of colonization, historically been unduly excluded from engagement, decision-making, and Métis systems of governance. 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people are an integral part of the Métis Nation and seek recognition of their place within the governance structure of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. There is a marked absence of understanding around the lived experiences, needs, and strengths of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people. Preliminary research around the lived experiences, needs, and strengths of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people in BC indicates that over 60% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have been discriminated against during a hiring process on the basis of their 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis identity. Nearly 25% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people are living below the poverty line in BC, and 39% make less than $40,000 per year. 57% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have been discriminated against when accessing housing on the basis of their 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis identity, and 28% have moved specifically due to their 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis identity. Sorry, I see someone's not on mute. 34% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have experienced homelessness. Less than 50% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people feel confident that they will receive good care when entering health services in the province, and nearly 88% have avoided seeking medical care in the past. 74% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have been diagnosed or treated for a mental health condition, and 24% have struggled with substance use. 49% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have had a negative interaction with law enforcement or the legal system, and 37% have been the victim of a crime specifically on the basis of their 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis identity. Only 15% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people who have been the victim of a crime have reported it. 58% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have experienced intimate partner violence. Only 6% ever reported it. And 100% of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis seniors and older adults had to hide their 2S LGBTQIA+ identity growing up. The needs of 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people cannot be adequately serviced under the umbrella of women and gender diversity. As many 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis do not identify as women or gender diverse, homosexual men and transgender people have been specifically targeted by colonial law and police violence in Canada. Métis women and 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people have diverse needs that cannot be adequately addressed by a single representative. A representative for women and gender diversity may not identify as 2S LGBTQIA+. 2S LGBTQIA+ people have long contributed to the Métis Nation, including as educators, caregivers, mediators, healers, and spiritual leaders. Be it resolved that a 2S LGBTQIA+ Act be created with the intention of instating an elected 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, composed of an elected provincial 2S LGBTQIA+ representative and an elected regional 2S LGBTQIA+ representative from each Métis Nation of British Columbia region. The attached 2S LGBTQIA+ Act is presented, be adopted and enacted as governing legislation for a purpose stated in A above for the Métis Nation of British Columbia. Métis Nation British Columbia will endeavor to secure funding for a staff position to support the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. The MNBC Constitution be amended as follows. In Article 12, insert the words the elected representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council before the words the president and the vice president. Change all instances of elected representative to elected chairperson, and strike the words 11 and insert the words 12 in its place so that Article 12 will read, subject to the provisions of Article 46, the MNBC shall be comprised of the 7 elected regional directors, the elected chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, the elected chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, the president and the vice president for a total of 12 members. Insert a new Article 23.6 as follows. 23.6, they are no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 29, strike the word and following the words Métis Women of British Columbia and add and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council at the end of the article so that it shall read, the Métis Nation Governing Assembly shall be comprised of the elected presidents or vice presidents of communities, the elected regional directors of the MNBC, the elected president and vice president of the MNBC, the elected chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, the elected chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the elected chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA Provincial Governance Council. Insert a new Article 34.7 as follows. 34.7, they are no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. Add a new Article 39 as follows. 39, any Métis citizen who self-identifies as 2S LGBTQIA+ and is of 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 41, strike the word and following the words Métis Women of British Columbia and insert the words and the chairperson for that 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council at the end of the article so that it will read, the president and the vice president of the MNBC, the chairperson for the Métis Women of British Columbia, the chairperson for the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the chairperson for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council of the Métis Nation of British Columbia shall be elected by a province-wide ballot. Add the following as Article 46.3. 46.3. In the case of a vacancy in the position of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council chairperson, an interim chairperson will be recommended to the MNGA by the board of directors on the advice of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 60, strike the word and following the words regional director of the MNBC and insert and the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council regional representative at the end of the sentence so that it will read, there shall be formed in each region a regional governance council comprised of the presidents of the communities in each respective region, the Métis Youth of British Columbia regional representative, regional director of the MNBC, the Métis Women of British Columbia regional representative, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council regional representative. The regional director of the MNBC shall be the non-voting chairperson of the Regional Governance Council. In Article 66, strike all instances of he or she and insert they in its place so that it shall read, any person seeking federal government or provincial government elected office shall take an unpaid leave of absence from any elected position that they may hold with the MNBC, MNGA, and Senate, community, or subsidiary board, commission, or committee at the close of nominations. Any person elected to federal government or provincial government elected office shall resign from any position that they may hold with the MNBC, MNGA, Senate, community, or subsidiary board, commission, or committee. And renumber all sections and subsections of the Constitution accordingly. The Métis Nation British Columbia Electoral Act be amended as follows. In Article 3.4, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, and insert "and the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article. So it shall read, Board of Directors means the governing body of the MNBC made up of the President, Vice President, the Regional Directors, the Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, the Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 3.5, strike the words "and" or prior to the words "the Métis Youth" and insert a comma and add "and or the 2S LGBTQIA Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia, so that it will read. By-election means an election to replace or fill a vacancy in the MNBC Board of Directors, the Métis Women of British Columbia, the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council when such vacancy exists as the result of a lack of nominations for candidacy and an election, or is created by the removal, resignation, or disqualification of the person previously holding the office as set out in Article 23 of the Constitution. In Article 3.7, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and add "and the chairperson and regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" at the end of the article, so it shall read. Candidate means a person who is nominated and qualified to compete for an office in the Métis Nation British Columbia election for President, Vice President, Regional Director, Chairperson, and Regional Youth Representative of Métis Youth British Columbia, Chairperson and Regional Representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and the Chairperson and Regional Representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 3.11, strike the words "and" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and insert a comma in its place and add "and the chairperson and regional representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, so that it will read. Elections means an election or by-election called by the Métis Nation British Columbia for the election of a president, vice president, regional directors, chairperson, and regional youth representative of Métis Youth of British Columbia, chairperson, and regional representatives of Métis Women of British Columbia, and the chairperson and regional representatives of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council as set out in the Métis Nation British Columbia Constitution. In Article 3.15, the sentence, "Any self-identifying 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council British Columbia" to the end of the article, so that it will read. Elector means a Métis citizen who, pursuant to the Métis Nation British Columbia's Constitution, is no less than 18 years of age as of the date of the election, has been registered as a Métis citizen pursuant to the Métis Nation British Columbia Citizenship Act, and has resided in British Columbia for a minimum of 12 months for a provincial office or 6 months for voting in regional offices. Any female Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Women of British Columbia. Any Métis citizen who is between 15 years of age and 30 years of age may vote or seek elected office within the Métis Youth of British Columbia. Any self-identifying 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may vote or seek elected office within the Métis 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council of British Columbia. In Article 3.16, strike the word "or" following the words WBC Regional Representative and insert a comma in its place, and add "or 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governing Council Representative" following the words MYBC Regional Representative, so it shall read. Interim appointee means a person who is appointed to fill a vacancy in the Board of Directors, or an WBC Regional Representative, MYBC Regional Representative, or 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governing Council Representative on an interim basis pursuant to the provisions of Article 46 of the Constitution. Add the following to Article 6.2 as indicated. H, Regional 2S LGBTQIA+ Representative for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council for the region in which the elector is entitled to vote and being self-identified 2S LGBTQIA plus and 18 years of age and older. Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council being self-identified 2S LGBTQIA plus and 18 years of age or older. For greater certainty, identification of Métis 2S LGBTQIA plus persons for the purpose of voting and seeking elected office will not be kept by Métis Nation British Columbia, and ballots will be open to all eligible voters. Respond to voluntarily if they self-identify as 2S LGBTQIA plus. Add the following as Article 6.3E. Any Métis citizen who self-identifies as 2S LGBTQIA plus and is 18 years of age or older may vote for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. Add the following as Article 6.4E. Individuals who are not 2S LGBTQIA plus 18 years of age and older on election day for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 7.3, strike the word "and" following the phrase Métis Youth of British Columbia, insert a comma in its place and add chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council following the first instance of the words Métis Women of British Columbia. Strike the second sentence in its entirety and insert the following in its place. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated official candidates for a vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and the Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. So that Article 7.3 will read, on or before the 39th day before the election day, the Chief Electoral Officer shall submit to each nominated an official candidate for a vacancy in the office of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Métis Women of British Columbia, Chairperson, and 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council Chairperson, a copy of the provincial list of electors. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated and official candidates for the vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and the Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In addition, a copy of the applicable community list of electors will be provided to each Métis community. Strike Article 7.6A and insert the following in its place. The Chief Electoral Officer shall submit a copy of the provincial list of electors to each nominated and official candidate for President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. Also, the applicable regional list of electors will be provided to each of the nominated and official candidates for a vacancy in the office of Regional Director, Regional Women's Representative, Regional Youth Representative, and the Regional 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.2, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and add "and chairperson regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council" following the words Women's Representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia. So it will read, nominations of all candidates for the offices of President, Vice President, Regional Directors, Chairperson, or Regional Youth Representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson, and Regional Women's Representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and Chairperson and Regional Representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council shall be received in writing or electronically no less than 40 days prior to the date of the election by the Chief Electoral Officer at a location to be specified in the notice by the Chief Electoral Officer. Add the following after Article 8.3D. Any self-identified 2S LGBTQIA plus Métis citizen who is 18 years of age or older may seek elected office on the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.3E, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and add "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia so that it will read. If they are seeking to be nominated as a candidate for President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, and they have been a resident of the Métis community in British Columbia for not less than 1 year. In Article 8.3F, strike the word "or" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and insert "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, so that it will read, if they are seeking to be nominated as a candidate for regional director, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or regional 2S LGBTQIA+ representative on the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, and have been a resident of the Métis community of the region they are seeking nomination for not less than 6 months. In Article 8.4, strike the word "and" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and the words "to follow" at the end of the article, and insert "and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, so that will read, all nominations for the position of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council shall include. Add the following as Article 8.4E, a minimum of 10 original signatures of 2S LGBTQIA+ electors who reside in the province of British Columbia, who are not signatories of another candidate's nomination papers for the same position, and who are eligible to vote in the election at which a candidate seeks to be nominated for chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.5, strike the word "and" following the word Métis Youth of British Columbia and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, so that it will read, all nominations for regional directors, regional youth representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia, and regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council shall include. The following is 8.5D, a minimum of 3 signatures of electors who reside in a region for which a candidate seeks to be nominated, who are not signatories of another candidate's nomination papers for the same position, and who are eligible to vote in the election in which a candidate for the regional representative for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council seeks to be nominated. In Article 8.6, strike the words "or" following the words Métis Youth of British Columbia and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" to the end of the article, so that it will read, a candidate may not accept a nomination for more than one position on the MNBC Board of Directors, the Métis Youth of British Columbia, the Métis Women of British Columbia, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council. In Article 8.7, strike the word "or" following the word Métis Youth of British Columbia and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia. So that will read, no Métis citizen may accept or place a nomination for a position on the Métis Nation British Columbia Board of Directors, the Métis Youth of British Columbia, the Métis Women of British Columbia, or the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council, if that person is or was at any time during the 1-year period prior to the date of the election a director or officer of another provincial Métis body or association other than the Métis community, where being a director or officer, the candidate would constitute circumstances in which a real potential or apprehended conflict of interest would arise. The Chief Electoral Officer shall determine whether circumstances exist under which a real potential or apprehended conflict or of interest would arise. In Article 13.1, strike the word "or" following the word Métis Youth of British Columbia and the words "the following" at the end of the article, and add "or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council" following the words Métis Women of British Columbia, so that will read, if a candidate for the position of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA+ Provincial Governance Council dies after close of nominations and prior to closing of the polling stations on election day, the election shall be held. In the interest of speeding this up, I'm going to read the article and then the article as it shall read going forward. So in Article 13.2, it will read, if candidate for regional director, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council dies after the close of nominations and prior to closing of the polling stations on election day, the election shall be held. Article 19.2 will read, each ballot shall be printed in the English language and shall contain the name of the candidates, which shall be arranged with the candidates for the offices of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, chairpersons for the Métis Women's Secretariat of British Columbia, or chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council located first and arranged alphabetically in order of their surnames. The candidates for regional director, regional youth representative of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, regional women's representative of the Métis Women's Secretariat of British Columbia, or regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council shall be located second and arranged alphabetically in the order of their surnames. In Article 38.2A, it will read, the candidate has been nominated to contest the position of President, Vice President, Chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, Chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or the Chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. In Article 38.2B, it shall read, the candidate has been nominated to contest the position of Regional Director, Regional Representative for the Métis Women of British Columbia, MWBC, Regional Youth Representative for the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or Regional Representative for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, and rename all articles and sub-articles of the Electoral Act accordingly. The bylaws of the Métis Provincial Council of British Columbia be amended as follows. In Article 1, so it will read, Board or Board of Directors means the directors of the Métis Nation British Columbia, the MNBC, which are the MNBC President, Vice President, Métis Women's Provincial Representative, the Métis Youth Provincial Representative, the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council Representative / Chairperson, and the Regional Directors. In Article 44.8C, so it will read, ceases to be president of the MNBC is no longer the vice president of the MNBC, or is no longer a regional director of the MNBC, or is no longer the chairperson of the Métis Women of British Columbia, or is no longer the chairperson of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, or is no longer the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. That the Métis Nation Governing Assembly Act be amended as follows. So that Article 2.16 will read, Métis Nation British Columbia, MNBC, means the organization which is comprised of the regional representatives, directors, the executive, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, chairperson from the Métis Women of British Columbia, chairperson of the MYBC, and chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council, and which represents the Métis citizens, and for the purpose of this act will be referred to as the MNBC. In Article 3.1A, so it will read the MNBC executive as representative by the President, Vice President, Treasurer, Secretary, plus the regional directors, Métis Women of British Columbia chairperson, MYBC chairperson, and the chairperson of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governing Council. And add the following as Article 9.19. 9.19, 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governing Council report. In Article 12.2, strike the word or following the words MWBC regional representative and add or the regional representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council at the end of the article so that it will read, the MNGA shall, at the request of the MNBC in accordance with Article 46 of the MNBC Constitution, receive nominations for the appointment of an MNBC director except for the office of president to fill vacancies on the MNBC board of directors, MWBC regional representative, MYBC regional representative, or the regional representative for the 2S LGBTQIA plus Provincial Governance Council. It ended.
I was going to say, you think you're done, but there's the draft act. I think you still have to go.
Take a breath, John.
I didn't hear that. Can you repeat it?
John's just gone to get some water before continuing on to the draft act. That's part of it. Going through the okay. So I want to thank John for reading that out. Thank goodness that was him and not I. So there's some good comments there. I do see a hand up, and I will recognize Chairperson Dabra.
Hi there. Yeah, I would just like to either move or second this motion, depending on if the person who wrote it would like to move it. I'd just like to speak to it, please.
Thank you. And so on this, I believe it was Great
Yes.
Métis Nation of Great Victoria. So I'll turn it to President Bird to move if so desired.
Yes, I would love to move this. And I assume then Sean, you're willing to second, and if I may have a few words to speak to this as well. That was lengthy. Thank you, John, for reading through it. It is a lot, but really it is not as complicated and complex as all those words say. Really, there's sort of a few key points that I want to bring your attention to. This resolution seeks to add one additional person to the MNBC board, as well as regional representation, comparable to how the women and youth are currently structured. This, of course, requires a new act, as mentioned, to outline how this voice is in our governance. And enacting that requires numerous changes to our various pieces of legislation, as mentioned. So that's why it's been so lengthy. Anytime the MNBC board or regional representation are mentioned in legislation, there are revisions that are proposed. And then the other piece is that MNBC will seek some funding. And now I know personally, and I've done a lot of research on this, there are numerous pots of funding to support this. And so that is a component that I have well researched, and there's numerous pots. I also want to, there's a lot in there, and I would like to have the Assembly's permission to bring in Angel Robinson. Angel is the 2S LGBTQIA+ representative for my community, Métis Nation Greater Victoria, to provide a short presentation to outline who it is that this resolution will directly include into our governance, provide some information on the research and the engagement that informed this resolution, and provide some more information on what this resolution will add to our governance from their voice and their perspective. Ultimately, my board feels it is important for our governance to include these voices that, as you'll see, research demonstrates do not feel represented in our current system and have been excluded from our current governance. And importantly, this resolution was developed and vetted by 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis people across the province. And my board and myself feel it's really important to lift up those voices and bring this resolution forward so that they can have a seat at this table and speak for themselves in our governance system. So if I have the Assembly's permission, I would really like to invite Angel in to share some more information.
Yes, I think that's certainly appropriate. We often have, whether it's staff or, for example, on most resolutions brought by MNBC, to have some background explainers. So yes, certainly if we can have Angel come on.
And then if those can give Angel the ability to share their screen, that would be wonderful.
And I know I saw Angel's name.
I am here. Am I presenting now or after?
You know, I'm looking at the time. It is 2:30. That was our scheduled break. So let's get after hearing from Mr. Beaker this time. We'll come back. We'll do 15 minutes, and we'll come straight to you, Angel, to give your presentation, and then there'll be some questions. Now, just before we break, I do note that there were some materials that are attached with the resolution. So certainly, I think during the break, if anyone wanted to make reference to that, so that they can come to you with questions at the conclusion of your presentation, I think that would that be agreeable as well, Angel?
Yeah, of course. Please come with
Perfect.
questions.
All right, so we will break for 15 minutes, and then we'll return to the continued discussion of Resolution 7 and the presentation from Angel. All right, see you all in 15 minutes. All right, everyone. Let me put my video back on as well. Welcome back. I'm gonna, I didn't hear enough of Mr. Beaker's voice, so we're gonna get him to read out some names, and we're gonna go through quorum, and then we'll turn it over to Angel. So, Mr. Beaker, and I think we're at the bottom of the alphabet this time.
Pixie Wells,
Bingo, yes, I'm here.
Joyce Sinden,
Present.
Natasha Smith,
Present.
Lisa Smith,
I'm here.
Dana Shaw,
Here.
Mert Servatius,
Here.
Denny Paquette,
Here.
Lana Olson, Peggy Alansky,
Yes.
Alex Norquay,
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Present.
Tyler Massey,
Present.
Richard Lewis,
Present.
Peter Lang, David LaFontaine,
You bet.
Anthony Crelo,
Here.
Jamie Lee Keith. Yes, she's here in the chat. Travis Jobin, Sean James,
Here.
Susie Hooper,
Here.
Patrick Harriet,
Present.
June Graham,
Present.
Dean Gladue,
Present.
Rainey Gervais,
Present.
Paulette Flamond,
Present.
Deborah Fisher,
Present.
Monica Fisher,
Present.
Alicia Fernando,
Present.
Mark DeBoard,
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Present.
Louis DeJagger,
Present.
Sean Davern,
Here.
Jeff Crozier,
Present and accounted for.
Nicole Corson,
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Present.
Ron Caron,
Present.
Joy Bremner,
Present.
Caitlin Bird,
Present.
Dave Allard, I see in the chat, Tom Adams.
Present.
All right, and Kate Elliott has logged in on the chat, and so has Peter Lang. So we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And so I will turn it over to Angel to provide some of the background and some of the context to the resolution put forward by Métis Nation of Greater Victoria. So Angel, when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm just gonna need to have screen sharing enabled.
We'll get that going here in a second.
All right, thank you. Can you see the presentation screen all right?
Yes.
Well, Tanzi, everyone, thank you for allowing me to join you today to engage in this important conversation around the creation of elected 2S LGBT QQI plus representation on the MNBC Governing Council. If you don't know me already, my name is Angel Robinson and my family names are Desjardins and Cardinal. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm the 2S LGBT QQI plus representative for the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria. I'm calling in today from Lekwungen territory, where the majority of this work has taken place. Before we get into the slides, I just want to ask that everyone remain on mute for the duration of the presentation, as I'm sure David has said already. Just keeping in mind that your questions may be answered later on in the slideshow, and there will be a period afterwards where questions can be explored. The contents of this presentation will brush on experiences of discrimination, persecution, violence, and colonization. Recognizing that these subjects may be triggering, please do what you need to in the interest of your well-being. So let's talk first about who the 2S LGBT QQI+ Act encompasses. Obviously, the resolution and act relates to 2S LGBT QQI+ folks, but not everyone knows what the acronym stands for, how the identities captured by it are connected, and how they are different. I'll go over them one by one and briefly discuss important distinctions to keep in mind when thinking about 2S LGBT QQI+ identities. Let's start with the term Two-Spirit. The term Two-Spirit was coined by Dr. Myra Laramie, a Cree elder from Fisher River Cree Nation in 1990. Two-Spirit was meant to encompass a range of 2S LGBT QQI+ identities specifically for Indigenous people. This term replaced slurs imposed on Indigenous people through colonization, and for some, serves as a placeholder. Two-Spirit holds a different meaning for the people who use it. It may be used as an umbrella term for 2S LGBT QQI+ people, or it may be used to describe an identity that does not have an existing term in English. While popular, Two-Spirit is not used by all Indigenous 2S LGBT QQI+ people. Nations have also begun to reclaim their own words to describe diverse gender identities and sexualities, as many languages included terms to describe Two-Spirit identities long before colonization suppressed them. In short, Two-Spirit is a new word used to describe old concepts. Let's move into LGBT QQI+. L stands for lesbian. Lesbian refers to women who are attracted to women, but the term sapphic is becoming increasingly more common. G stands for gay. Gay most commonly refers to men who are attracted to men, and in the case of gay men, the term homosexual is becoming more common. B stands for bisexual. Bisexual refers to individuals who are attracted to their gender and others. It may be used by some to refer to binary genders, or it may be used in the same way that pansexual is. T stands for trans. Trans refers to someone whose gender is different from their assigned sex at birth. The first Q stands for queer. Queer is an umbrella term used to encompass 2S LGBT QQI+ labels. Though it is similar to Two-Spirit, the difference is that queer is not tied to any specific culture and may include Two-Spirit. The second Q stands for questioning. Questioning refers to someone who is in the process of exploring and discovering their gender or sexual identity. I stands for intersex. Intersex refers to an individual who is born with anatomy or chromosomes that do not fit a traditional binary. A stands for asexual. Asexual refers to individuals who do not feel sexual attraction to any group of people. Finally, the plus in 2S LGBT QQI+ refers to diverse identities not captured in the acronym. This might include, but is not limited to, demisexual, which refers to someone who experiences sexual feelings and attraction only after developing a close emotional relationship. Pansexual, which refers to someone who is sexually or romantically attracted to people regardless of their sex or gender. Non-binary, which is an umbrella term for individuals who do not identify as either male or female. Agender, which refers to someone who does not have a gender. Or gender fluid, which refers to people whose experience of gender fluctuates. What is not encompassed in 2S LGBT QQI+ are people who are both cisgender, that is, people whose gender identity aligns with their assigned sex at birth, and heterosexual, which refers to individuals who are attracted to members of the opposite sex alone. This is because cisgenderism and heterosexuality are considered the social norm and have not been the basis for discrimination or persecution. There are some important distinctions to keep in mind when it comes to matters of identity. While 2S LGBT QQI+ captures both diverse genders and sexualities, gender, sex, and sexuality are not the same. Let's start with gender. Gender identity refers to one's concept of self, typically heavily influenced by social constructs. Gender today is understood to exist on a spectrum rather than as a strict binary. With masculinity and femininity at opposite ends, and some non-binary people experiencing gender beyond the spectrum. Anatomical sex, on the other hand, is defined based on physical or biological attributes, including some combination of genitalia, chromosomes, hormones, and physical appearance. Sex at birth is typically assigned based on one's genitalia. It is important to keep in mind that sex, too, is more complicated than a strict binary. We often think of sex as being defined by 2 chromosomes, but scientists have found that it's not just the X and Y chromosomes, but at least 12 others across the human genome that govern sex differentiation, and that at least 30 genes are involved in sex development. As technology becomes more advanced, so too does our understanding of sex. That is to say that biological sex in itself exists in a spectrum, with clusters of characteristics that may be assigned to our understanding of female, male, or intersex. Gender and sex are not always the same, and always keep in mind that no one has the right to demand disclosure of another person's sex as assigned at birth. Finally, sexual and romantic attraction are distinct from gender or sex. These refer to one's physical, emotional, and/or romantic attraction to others. In essence, gender is who you are, and sexuality is who you're attracted to. While these concepts are different, diversity of gender and sexuality are connected through shared experiences of discrimination and persecution throughout history. It is for that reason that diverse genders and sexualities are both bundled into 2S LGBTQI+ identities. It is also important to remember that neither gender nor sexuality are a choice. Both are inherent qualities, gifts that we are born with. Now that we have a better understanding of what 2S LGBTQI+ encompasses and how the diverse identities that fall under the 2S LGBTQI+ umbrella are different but connected, let's talk about the proposed Act. I'll give an overview of the origins and evolution of the Act, the highlights of what the Act is asking for, and the significance of the key differences between the 2S LGBTQI+ Act and other acts like it. The creation of the 2S LGBTQI+ resolution and proposed act were born out of the Two Worlds, Two Spirits research and gathering. The project consisted of a literature review, which found a critical absence of Métis-specific 2S LGBTQI+ research, a comprehensive survey to assess the lived realities of Two-Spirit Métis people living in BC, and an in-person gathering to explore the themes identified from the survey in greater detail and produce a series of recommendations to begin to address the findings. This research shed light on the devastating statistics around the lived experiences of our Two-Spirit people in this province, including high rates of discrimination in healthcare, housing, hiring, and the justice system, and experiences with high rates of violence, housing insecurity or houselessness, and suicide ideation. One of the key recommendations to come out of the Two Worlds, Two Spirit research project was the creation of elected 2S LGBTQI+ representation at all levels of Métis governance. The Women's and Youth Act served as a template for the creation of the 2S LGBTQI+ Act. From the very beginning, I shared the resolution and act widely on a Facebook group I started for Two-Spirit Métis people. Once I had a draft, I also consulted with MNBC's 2S LGBTQI+ committee to see if the act was really hitting the mark. Shortly after, Métis Nation in Greater Victoria submitted a resolution to the March MNGA to start a conversation around a potential act. Based on some of the feedback I heard from the MNGA, I put together a pulse survey which asked Two-Spirit Métis across the province if they felt elected 2S LGBTQI+ representation was necessary, and why or why not. We'll talk more about the results of that survey in a bit. I made some revisions to the resolution and act, and also assembled a Q&A to address some of the questions and concerns that had emerged. I consulted again with MNBC's 2S LGBTQI+ committee, and after that with a working group formed of members of the committee, other Two-Spirit relatives, and some allies to polish off the resolution and act. The resolution was submitted before the deadline, but the act and Q&A stayed open a bit longer, allowing me the chance to connect in person with the broader Two-Spirit Métis community, make some final revisions, and finally make the full submission. Based on the values I heard from 2S LGBTQI+ folks over the last year and a half, with help from the Nitotamak working group, the mission statement of the 2S LGBTQI+ Provincial Governance Council formed and reads as follows. We, the Métis 2S LGBT QQI+ of BC, vow to walk with integrity as the proud Otipemisiwak our ancestors prayed for, to elevate and center the voices of our people in the decisions that impact our nation, to foster a culture of Wokotowin within our nation, and to build a future where 2S LGBT QQI+ can thrive alongside Niwa Koma Ganak. All of this is to demonstrate that this was a labor of love for many 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis citizens who are committed to creating a better future for our relatives. As I hinted at earlier, the 2S LGBT QQI+ Act is premised on the Women's and Youth Acts and asks for the same things. The main points of the Act are to create a 2S LGBT QQI+ Provincial Governance Council, similar to the Métis Women's Governance Council or the Métis Youth Committee. To have one elected representative for each region and one elected provincial chairperson. For the elected chairperson to be a voting director of the MNGA, and for the regional representatives to be voting members of their respective regional governing councils. And to have a hired director to support the 2S LGBT QQI+ Provincial Governance Council. While the precedence for this role was set out only in the Youth Act, given the significant barriers 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis people face, we felt it was important to have a dedicated staff person to support 2S LGBT QQI+ initiatives from the get-go. The main difference between the 2S LGBT QQI+ Act and the current acts for women and youth is the way eligibility would be determined both for running and voting for elected two-spirit positions. Unlike with the women and youth, where eligibility can largely be determined based on a citizen's ID, there is no mechanism to track 2S LGBT QQI+ people, nor would it be safe to have one. The resolution proposes that any Métis citizen over the age of 18 who self-identifies as 2S LGBT QQI+ may run for an elected 2S LGBT QQI+ position. Elected positions, because they are public, would require the individual running to be out as 2S LGBT QQI+ without being specific. It also proposes that all Métis citizens over the age of 18 would receive a ballot, and those who choose to self-identify as 2S LGBT QQI+ would then cast a vote. Like with all other elected positions with MNBC, the ballots would be destroyed after the election so that votes could not be tied to an individual. This would protect the identity of voters so that having a vote in 2S LGBT QQI+ elections does not come at the cost of one's personal safety. While this runs the risk of people who are not 2S LGBT QQI+ voting, it provides greater safety for our two-spirit citizens. It is important to prevent the creation of a database that would track 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis people. Keeping a database of 2S LGBT QQI+ people is dangerous because of the long and continued history of persecution, violence, and discrimination that began with the rise of Judeo-Christian ideology. Violent and humiliating death penalties for homosexuality and gender nonconformity took hold across Europe and later across North America from the 14th century until the 20th century. And there are many countries where it remains punishable by death today. Two-spiritedness amongst Indigenous people was also weaponized as further justification for genocide, and over time, queer Indigenous folks were forced to go into hiding and eventually came to experience discrimination even within their own communities. Homosexuality was still punishable by death until 1869 in Canada and wasn't legalized until 1969. Legalization didn't stop the persecution of queer people, however. Police raids on queer establishments continued into the early 2000s, and rights like the right to marriage, adoption, and to live free of discrimination have come slowly over the past 2 decades. Even with the addition of rights, the safety of 2S LGBT QQI+ people should never be assumed. For example, countries that were once leaning toward more progressive laws have backtracked, like the USA, which in 2023 alone has seen the introduction of 417 laws attacking 2S LGBT QQI+ rights. Even in Canada, queer folks can never be certain of their safety. Since 2021, police have reported a 63% increase in hate crimes related to 2S LGBT QQI+ identity. 52% of trans Indigenous folks reported having experienced violence on the basis of their identity. And in schools, 77% of queer Indigenous folks experienced harassment on a regular basis. While this is an area that requires more research for Métis people, 37% of Métis 2S LGBT QQI+ people reported having been criminally victimized in the past on the basis of their identity. Of those 37%, only 15% ever reported it. A lack of safety and a lack of community acceptance were common issues heard in the Two Worlds, Two Spirits report. Knowing that 2S LGBT QQI+ people are at high risk of experiences of persecution and discrimination, it's important to ensure the identities of any Two-Spirit person who does not wish to be out is protected, while also protecting their right to vote. So that leads into the subject of representation for 2S LGBT QQI+ people and why it matters. Here I'll speak to the key themes that emerged from the Pulse survey and what Two-Spirit Métis people across the province had to say about representation. Between the Two Worlds, Two-Spirit report and the results of the Pulse survey, 4 key themes emerged around the importance of 2S LGBT QQI+ representation and governance. First is honoring our relatives. Two-Spirit people were once honored members of community. For our Cree and Anishinaabe relatives, Two-Spirit people served as mediators, medicine people, matchmakers, ceremony holders, caregivers, and leaders. Despite this, few Métis Two-Spirit people reported ever having heard stories or receiving teachings about Two-Spirit people, as if we have been erased from history. Representation supports a return to a tradition of honoring diverse relatives, provides a mechanism for Two-Spirit Métis histories to be pursued, and for our stories to be reclaimed. Second is improving outcomes. The Two Worlds, Two Spirits research provided troubling insights into the lived experiences of Two-Spirit Métis people in the province, including experiences of discriminations across all areas of life, experiences of violence, and high rates of suicidality and substance dependency. Representation means greater advocacy by and for 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis people in the political sphere. This creates opportunities to raise awareness and lead initiatives to improve the lived experiences of our Two-Spirit citizens. Third is increasing inclusion. Two-Spirit Métis people reported feeling disconnected from culture and community, feeling that there was no place for them in the community as Two-Spirit people, and that they had to choose between being queer or being Métis. They also felt excluded from other 2S LGBT QQI+ circles, either as Indigenous or Métis people. We know that connection to culture and community saves lives. Having elected representation weaves inclusion into the fabric of our nation and ensures our Two-Spirit relatives see themselves as not only welcome, but honored in our nation. Finally, having elected positions uplifts Two-Spirit Métis voices, creating opportunities for advocacy not only within our own governments, but provincial and federal governments. Not only is this necessary to improve the lived experiences of 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis people, but 2S LGBT QQI+ people bring a unique perspective to the table that is valuable to our nation. Despite the triple barrier Two-Spirit Métis people experience, the Two Worlds, Two Spirits research project reflected that our Two-Spirit people continue to seek out and serve in helping roles, with nearly 60% pursuing careers in healthcare, justice, education, and other careers within the social sector. Those themes were echoed throughout the Pulse survey, which was a short survey shared mainly through informal channels such as Facebook. Though it wasn't able to be shared broadly by MNBC, the survey attracted 45 responses. 39 identified as Two-Spirit Métis, and 6 identified as allies. There was a healthy balance between youth under the age of 30 and adults between the ages of 30 and 64, with only 1 senior respondent. The survey was shared across the province, attracting responses from all corners of Vancouver Island, the Fraser Valley and Lower Mainland, the North Central, the Thompson Okanagan, and the Kootenay regions. Of those who responded, all but 1 indicated that they believe it's important to have 2S LGBT QQI+ elected representation in the Métis Nation of British Columbia's leadership. 2S LGBT QQI+ Métis people had a lot to say when it came to the importance of having elected representation. I've pulled some samples from the 45 responses that capture the heart of the message. Some of these included, Two-Spirit people see the world in a unique way and have long held roles in community where that unique perspective is valued and sought out. Also, decisions that are being made about us are being made without us by people who see the world differently than we do. It's time to decolonize the way we govern ourselves. Our people experience harm in life through a unique lens of being a part of multiple marginalized identities. Our experiences can be isolating and are not always reflected in the views that other groups may have. It is important for us to have representation that is able to understand and create space in ways that celebrate our unique identities. I don't feel like 2S LGBTQI+ needs are met and issues understood within the current representatives at MNBC. So there are MNGA delegates that are Two-Spirit. Their role is to represent their communities and regions and not Two-Spirit concerns. Representation of 2S LGBTQI+ communities in today's world should not even be a question. Given the cultural climate we are in, it is not only crucial, but it is mandatory. Us 2S LGBTQI+ are a diverse group of Métis who have a strong, diverse, intersectional, and important voice that should have a place to be seen and heard in governance. In summary, the proposed act encompasses Métis citizens who are 2S LGBTQI+, which is inclusive of diverse gender identities and sexualities. It does not include people who are both cisgender and heterosexual, because those identities are the assumed social norm and do not have that shared intersectional experience of persecution and discrimination. The act is important because it creates a mechanism by which our 2S LGBTQI+ Métis citizens can have our voices heard on the political level, both within our nation and beyond, and allows us to begin to address the discrimination we continue to face across all areas of life. It also adds value to our nation. The act itself, like the Women in Youth Acts, would create one provincial chairperson who would be a voting member of the MNGA, and 7 regional positions, 1 for each region. With that, I'd like to thank everyone again for allowing me to speak and answer questions. And I'd also like to acknowledge and extend my profound gratitude for the tremendous amount of time and effort contributed by my Two-Spirit relatives and allies. So before I sign off, I guess now would be a good time for questions.
Thank you very much, Angel. What I have Chairperson Davrin, who had raised his hand or raised their hand earlier to speak to the resolution, but I've got your hand there, Chairperson Davrin. If you wish to ask a question of Angel, please raise your hand at this point, and then I'll recognize you and you can raise your question, and hopefully Angel will be able to assist with that. Speaker recognizes President Crozier.
Hi there, Angel. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very, very thorough. My one question, and by please do not take this as any sort of negative or anything like that, but your sample of 45, when we have a citizenship in BC of about 50,000, I thought, or I'm just I'm just curious to know that it's such a small sampling of our entire nation. And so can you speak to that at all, please?
Yeah, so for context, the average amount of people who respond to surveys put out by the Métis Nation is about 200 people. So I think 45 is a pretty good representation based on how much surveys generally attract. Does that make sense? And it also couldn't be shared through official channels because it was for political change. So it had to be shared through informal channels, which meant that it had to be shared through things like Facebook and through like a network of Two-Spirit people that were just beginning to connect. Does that answer your question?
And I'll just maybe add as well, so there's sort of 3 points in which there was information and feedback gathered from folks who identify. The very first one was leading up to a gathering that was held last August. And so there was a survey that went out leading up to that. And so that reached, I think it was 50 or so folks, perhaps more. And that was broader, so not specifically on the representation, but also collected some information that informed the discussion about representation in governance. And so there was that sample of folks that provided feedback and information that representation in governance was a topic that was really important to dig into and discuss farther. At the Two Worlds, Two Spirit gathering in August, there was 20 some odd people in attendance, and they dove far deeper into the different topics and provided a lot of context and conversation. And the recommendation of creating this role in governance came directly from that. And then the survey that Angel's speaking to was specifically after that and prior to the development of the resolution itself, that 45. And so there has been multiple touch points with folks of lived experience across the province to inform this work.
Yeah, that's correct. There was also the Two Worlds, Two Spirits survey. It reached about 66 people. The gathering had, I think, 22. And then there was an additional in-person, like the mental health forum in Osoyoos, where I spoke to Two Spirit people. And I think there was an additional, I would guess, around 20 people there, but I wasn't taking attendance at that time. Yeah, so there were those 3 points on top of the 45 who responded to the survey.
Thank you. President Caron.
Seems there's not a lot of questions, so people are obviously a little uncomfortable with the conversation. I think what he was asking is, what would the actual of the 24,000 MNBC citizens in our province, what would you assume is the actual percentage that would fall into this the category for this vote? And it like an actual percentage. I know the number is difficult because the surveys and all that, but what would you say? 1%, 5%, 3%? Like, what would be the actual number that would fall into that community? Just before we vote, right? Yeah.
Obviously, it's hard to estimate because we don't collect that sort of data because it's not safe to do so. But it's the general estimate for non-Indigenous communities is about 10% of the population. The low estimate for Indigenous communities is about 20% of the population. And if we calculated based on the survey responses for the number of responses that we got for the Two Worlds, Two Spirit, from our general population, we only get about 200 respondents. If we took the number of respondents that we got for the Two Spirit survey and based a calculation off of that, it would be about 30% of the population. So I think it would be safe to put an estimate on the low end between 20 to 30%.
So sorry, you said 30%?
I think on the low end, it would be safe to put an estimate
of the entire 24,000 MNBC citizens.
Yeah.
But you don't have data to back that up at this point.
I think based on the responses to the survey, the number of people who responded in contrast to the number of our citizens who respond to our general surveys, that's the closest data that they can get at this time. But again, I don't think it's not data that is collected in our census or
Okay, I just thought I better ask the question. I think that's kind of what he was getting at without. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I next had President DeBoard.
Hi. I think I'm, some of the acronyms I'm seeing have the extra A on there for ally, and one of my best man at my wedding, has explained to me some of the struggles that he went through and still goes through in the situation. My concern is that it looks to me like on the actual within the wording is that this will be a voting member within the executive. And currently the executive only has 13 members, and then it's going to now be 14 members, meaning that we're going to have special interests people making up now around 22% of our board, versus previous to this, special interest groups were only making up 15% of the board. So I'd like to propose an amendment to basically make the executive and the regional directors, who still represent those special interest groups, to have a weighting of their votes of 1.5. because what that will do is that will keep the percentages of the weighting of the voting exactly the same as it is today. And I'll drop the Excel in the group chat so people can see the numbers that I'm talking about.
Yes, thank you. President DeBoer, I certainly understand the rationale that you're explaining there, and I'm just trying to think, to do that would require quite a bit of drafting in the various pieces of legislation to set out how votes on those various boards would be weighed, or so.
Well, I just mean on the executive board, right? I think each individual community can choose how they want to do their own thing because we're all individual communities. But I think on the executive, which is, you know, guiding, creating decisions for the entire nation, having special interests make up over a fifth of any voting block is too much, right? And you know, it's important to have those voices, and it's a very easy, simple solution just to give the executive and the regional people an extra half vote on anything they vote for, right? It's not complicated. It's very straightforward. And what will happen is now the weighting of the executive, the weighting of the regionals, and the weighting of the special interests will all be the exact same as before, except now we'll just have more voices in the room, which is really important.
No, I understood the rationale. It's where those specific changes in the wording of our legislation, of our constitution, and where that goes. And that's also, I'm just trying to make sure because obviously with as President Byrd described earlier, when that the resolution looks large because there are many areas within the various pieces of legislation in which there's reference to the members of the MNGA or the members of the board of directors. And so we would have to identify each of those areas of the legislation and to change the wording so that it would allow for a weighted voting system or for decisions of that. So just give me a moment. I'm just trying to go through to see where those would be. And of course, it's always a little difficult to do on the fly. And
I was thinking maybe GB is kind of where I kind of was GB. Sorry, the executive as represented would be the following, and you could simply just add voting power would be as follows. It doesn't really want to copy paste in the chat very well, but maybe if you take that and you drop it in your Excel at home, it'll kind of work for you, but it doesn't want to let me put a picture in either. God, that's ugly, but I'm looking at page 64 of 84 of the PDF.
Yeah, sorry, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to confirm.
Oh, sorry, no, someone just asked in the chat. That's why I kind of said that.
All right. Thank you for just giving me the time to do that. So at this stage, just because we do have Angel here and we're scheduled to go to 3:30, what I'm going to suggest, President DeBoer, we'll save that because we're obviously not going to get to the resolution as a whole and complete it today. We'll use the remaining time we have for any questions specifically to Angel. Save that, and over the evening, if there are specific areas within the various pieces of legislation where you would suggest something going there for a potential amendment or change, then we could certainly consider that. Obviously, with governance and boards versus, for example, governance in a corporation, it's difficult when you're looking at representation. It's usually one person, one vote when it comes to governance, but what I'm going to suggest, if you overnight can point out where and perhaps take a moment to draft the wording that you might suggest, and then we can consider that tomorrow when we discuss we continue with the discussion of the resolution as a whole. And we'll just proceed at this point with just any more further questions that we might have for Angel while we have Angel. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense. I think we're making it more complicated than it has to be. I think that, but yeah, I can do that tonight.
Thanks. And so I have a few more hands up, and if we can, if there's any further questions for Angel, I have President Fisher.
Oh, hi there. Thank you. I guess I have a couple questions. Thank you, Mark, for bringing up your points. And first, I wanted to say thank you to Angel and whomever you've been involved with to create that awesome presentation. And I think it needs to be shared to all chartered communities. It's something that I really feel and want to ask MNBC to do is create some education training, sensitivity training to all board of directors. As I feel, obviously we come from a wide spectrum of backgrounds, sexuality and gender, and not everybody has the exposure or understanding. So I would love to see that happen more within our communities. As a cisgender heterosexual woman, I do, I guess I want to clarify and ask if it is appropriate if I just refer to 2S plus, as we are Indigenous, and I feel like it is an umbrella. I've been informed that that's appropriate, but it might not. So I'd like to know that. And I guess for myself, I feel like it's so important that we do have our special interest groups represented. And I do feel like it's important to have our 7 regional representatives to be a voice. I am concerned about the percentage of the vote of adding a director. And I'd like to just explore the option also of just having a ministry added, as we don't have that, so that there is still a vote and people, the representatives are being able to have the voice of the 2S plus community, but that it isn't a whole new position. So I guess that's just a question and something to think about. So again, and happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
I don't think that's something that I could change at this point, nor would it be appropriate for me. The voice of 2S LGBTQI plus people was very clear about elected representation that could vote. That's what 2S LGBTQI plus people across the province said was important to them and said was needed to be able to elevate our voices. So I wouldn't be comfortable with changing that. That's one.
Thank you. I have Joy Bremner.
June Graham.
June Graham, all right. The other. Go ahead, President Graham.
Métis. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Angel. I guess, just me being me, I just kind of want to name something like the elephant in the room, I'm feeling this silence and this, even on Zoom, I can feel it. What is it? What's going on here? It's like, I wish we could just talk about stuff, and put it out there about what is it what's complicating things right now? Why is this so complicated? And I know that the resolution was like, I think it's the longest one I've ever heard in my time on the table. I know there was one that was read long ago, but this one was longer. So, yes, Ron, you like it that people are uncomfortable. Yeah, and I like it too when people get uncomfortable, but then I like to talk about why they're uncomfortable. I like to go further. So I'm just wondering about that. And for me, like I went to the presentation the other night and I learned a lot from it. And thank you. Thank you for that. I have so much to learn. And I agree that as a community president, I cannot represent as well as someone that identifies I never like to try to say it without looking because I don't want to embarrass myself by not saying it right. But I understood a lot that night. I saw that people live in fear, that and like I said that night, if we don't know, then how can we represent? How can we represent if we don't know? Plain and simple. I agree. So then the president side of me says, what's this mean to our table? Because I got a beef that I've had forever, and that is that we're still fighting for the MNGA table because that's the president's arena, and we haven't yet to fully embrace that. So there's that president side of me too that's looking at that going, okay, what does this dynamics mean? And to break down each one of those times that it's mentioned in the resolution, how does that impact us at the table? So there's that part of me too that's going on. It doesn't explain those answers to me, that side. And I want to know more about that, what that does mean to the presidents at the table. And, you know, I think we need to respect that because as presidents, we all know here that we work for our position, and we have very limited space to share our concerns and our celebrations and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm very aware of that as well. So that's my comments, is that I wish we could all just talk about what all this is today, what's going on out here that we can feel, even though we're not sitting in front of each other. And I would welcome that conversation. And thank you, Angel, for and your helpers for presenting so well and so informing us. And yeah, I look forward to further discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham. So I'm noting the time. You had been scheduled to 3:30. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands up. So we'll finish the hands for today and then carry on with the discussion tomorrow. So I've got, just so you know the order, I've got President Fernando, President Keith, Chairperson Davrid, President Byrd, and Vice President LaFontaine. So I'll turn it to President Fernando.
Hi, happy Pride Month, and thank you so much, Angel. That was a great presentation. This is the bigger question, because you're really involved in the consultation. Just if there were enough representatives to build out kind of that elected positions framework, in your opinion, because you know all the information, and that's more my question. And then a lot of discussions on this one in up north in our communities, and it's great to really better understand how you want specific committee or ministry and staffing support, but I guess two things can be true, and just that it also creates an inequity in the vote at some of the governing tables. And one of the things that might be a step forward, and I wasn't sure if it came up, equity, or like an EDI committee, which might be more inclusive, but also have a separate committee that's specific to those people groups. So the equity, diversity, and inclusion committees are common in lots of governance systems, and might be a good step forward until we figure out the overall governance framework, which has even come up with the women's and the youth framework that's under review right now too. I guess 2 questions about committees as a step forward, and if you think there's enough representation to fill out the full framework as proposed.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks.
Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there are enough people to fill those positions. Where there are challenges with representation in the North currently, I think having a governance council is a way of showing that Two-Spirit people are welcome in our communities. Because I think there, like, for every person who spoke to me openly or who spoke openly in these spaces, at least one person has come to me privately and said, thank you for representing Two-Spirit spaces. I don't feel safe in my community or my family to be out right now. So I think there are more Two-Spirit people out there than we can even imagine at this point. I think there are Two-Spirit people who have already walked away from the Métis community because they didn't feel safe. So I think there are enough people out there. And I think having a governing council is a way of showing people that our communities are making a real effort to be safe for Two-Spirit people, to include those voices, to welcome people back into community. The other point is that there is a 2S LGBTQI+ committee that already exists. And the feedback from 2S LGBTQI+ people and that committee is that elected representation is important for Two-Spirit voices. I hope that answers your question.
I'm seeing the thumbs up there from President Fernando. Great. I next had President Keith. Although I see the hand down. Are you still wishing to speak to it, President Keith? Or any questions, I should say, as well? Okay, I'm not seeing. Perhaps we'll just go down the line, and then if President Keith's back on, we can go to her. Chairperson Davern.
Hi there. Thank you very much, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. The reason that I seconded this is I myself, I'm non-binary. I've got pronouns in my name, you know, I'm they, them. And it's why I also feel that it's important that I bring this up. And I think it also speaks to what June was saying earlier about the silence and the heaviness and the uncomfortability of, oh, that's not a word, the general just sort of unease when talking about these subjects. And I think that it's very important. And I spoke to some of the people who wrote this. I don't want us to equate a negative vote for this as you're not an ally. I think that it's really, really important that we look at this very objectively. If you're opposed to this, that's okay. You're not a bad person if you're opposed to this. I just really want us to all be coming from a place of love and understanding. We don't want the worst for our nation, obviously. The reason why this is on the table is because we want the best for our nation. And because the people want the best for our nation, they want this to be as strong as possible. So if that is, you know, that it gets amended to heck, or, you know, like everything else right now gets, you know, referred to the governance committee, then so be it. You know, I just really want us to have honest, open discussion. I don't think that if you're against this, you're a homophobe. I just want us to all be sort of comfortable with speaking our thoughts, because at the end of the day, this is a piece of paper that will affect people. So we want to make sure that it's affecting them appropriately and accurately. And that's the biggest reason why I wanted to second this, is just so that I could speak that and verbalize that as a non-binary person, and just verbalize that to everybody, because it's okay to be against this for the right reasons, obviously, to make sure that it is as strong as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Davern. Haven't seen President Keith's hand come back up, and so I'll perhaps go to President Byrd next.
For sure. I wanted to speak to one of June's questions around the MNGA, and as presidents being mindful of the MNGA and how our voices are within it. This resolution will add one person to the MNGA, one voice that currently isn't here to speak from a particular perspective at the table. So we're currently, you know, we have a large number of community presidents and the board, and it would be one additional person. And I also just want to touch base a little bit on On the idea of the MNGA governance committee and deferring this, that was a conversation that our board had, and it was a conversation that I had directly with Angel, and Angel had with the folks that they were working with. And it was felt that it's important to bring this voice to the table now and to have this brought forward now, and not wait for if and when the full governance sort of look happens at MNBC for the whole system. Once this voice is established, things may shift, right? The entire governance system could shift. But once we have a voice at the table, it's much more difficult to remove it. And so it is so vital to have a space for those voices and those folks who don't feel like they're represented in their community and perhaps don't feel like they're safe in their community. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Yeah, go ahead, Angel. Sorry, go ahead.
and I just wanted to add to that by having the 2S LGBTQI plus governance council, it would allow 2S LGBTQI plus people to participate in that conversation in the same way that our women and youth do. And that the act as it is proposed right now, none of our governing documents are static. They're all living documents that we can continue to improve upon in the future. And so I think that is the case with the 2S LGBTQI plus act as well. But the need for two-spirit representation and elected representation is critical. There are people who are excluded from our communities today, who are facing discrimination today, who are facing violence today. So I think this is one thing that we can do now to have an immediate impact, to begin to address some of the challenges that 2S LGBTQI plus people experience because of who they are.
Thank you, Angel. I have Vice President LaFontaine.
Okay. I'm struggling with how long this resolution was. And I think that for me, it would have been plenty easier to just say we need to update the language if we decide to go there. So I just throw that back out there because I've sat in many resolutions and it's like, it gets very confusing to me. I also feel, my second point is that I think for myself, I need to go back to our association because this is not a topic that we have talked about in the time that I've served. And I think that before I vote on behalf of our membership, I need to have some discussion with where we lie. I'm hearing other concerns about are we creating a special interest group at the executive level? And I think that is a concern that I don't feel comfortable representing the membership with at this time. So I'd like to take this back and probably just say hold for a little while and have more conversation at a local level.
Thank you. That was the last one speaker I had, but I do see President Caron's hand up. So this is the last speaker for today, and then we'll move on to, we'll adjourn for the day. President Caron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ron Caron, Vernon District Métis. So I think I agree with David. I think this is something that that we need to take back to our communities, to our boards, and ask them how they feel about adding this, because ultimately this does, and obviously some communities will need more representation under this resolution than others, and the northern communities may not be as much. Maybe in Vancouver and the larger centers, you will need this representation, as possibly the 20 to 30% that Angel had anticipated. In our community, I would say it's probably 1%. From what I can see, and from knowing some of the members in my community, I would say it's probably 1% of our community. So in all fairness, I think it's better to bring this back to the communities, to the table, ask your boards what they feel, and then maybe, like I said, defer this to further down the road. And then, yeah, that's just my personal feeling. And like Caitlin said, this is one special interest group, and I agree. And also the women and the youth are special interest groups as well. And is this presenting more representation for one group than the other two groups? And we have to be very careful with this one, right? I think, and I would like to take this back to my board as well, personally. So thanks, Dave LaFontaine, for bringing that up.
Thank you. I do see President James's hand. I think we're going to adjourn for now for today. President James, if you can make a reminder so that, and I've got a reminder to put you first on the list for tomorrow. And then we can continue this discussion on Resolution 7. I want to thank Angel for the presentation and answering questions. And I think tomorrow we will continue with the discussion of the resolution on the table. And until then, everyone be safe, enjoy the weather, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. And we'll be a 9 o'clock start. Let me double check. I believe that's 9 o'clock start, and we're going to start right at 9 with our roll call. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate you for your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So
Thanks,
Dave,
President.
that's 9 Pacific time.
9 Pacific,
10
heading in the
Mountain
mountains. That's right. Thank you so much.
Don't forget us people in the mountains.
I won't
There's
forget
life
you.
after hope, Dave. Come on.
And it's not Alberta time either. It's Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah.
Rumored life.
I thought it was after Creston.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank
Thanks,
you
all.
all. See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.